Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Day 2 is about to get underway here at the Live Lounge in Group A, and it's a day which saw Andy Davidson and Marina Mikel share the spoils, 8 points apiece going into Tuesday's proceedings. Matthew Edgar is alongside me here in the studio, and it was a day dominated by both of those players.
It was, and the odds compilers didn't think that at the start of the day, but we did say that seemed a little bit off and almost a little bit crazy at times with some of the odds that was given yesterday. But today is, as you've called before, moving day, and I do think we're going to see a little bit of movement in those positions on the table, because some of the high performers, some of the people with experience and quality and calibre here are down towards the bottom of the table.
Well, this is what we saw on Monday.
Across the opening couple of legs. Oh, this would be punishment.
Game shot on the second leg.
Punished
Andy
to
Davidson.
the highest degree by Andy Davidson. Double his lead here to 2-0. With 25 thirds. He's tops. There's the first of them. There's the second of them. And that's spectacular from Connor Henahan.
Decision moment on Wednesday.
Great first start. Double 18. Well, he's been longing for a moment like that.
He's regionalised nationals and now international events.
Game shot on the third leg.
He's going through the gears here, Johnny Haynes.
Well, this is how the table looks going into today's action. Andy Davidson and Marina Michels have a share of the lead. Johnny Haynes just behind on 6 points. Jim Long went off the favourite to win the group. He's on 4. Connor Henahan and Cedric Vargans with a solitary win apiece. Let's talk about the two players at the top of the table. They're both on 8 points, but they both did so in different ways. Marina Michels did so through sheer consistency. Andy Davidson had quality at times, but sometimes had to ride his luck a little bit.
I think that's different today. I really do. I mean, Andy Davidson's shown us signs of the quality that he's got, and he's got so much quality. He's picking up titles at the moment. He's going on a journey, and I think this journey is going to take him somewhere quite prosperous. I think he's going to do well. Yesterday, got results without playing his best. That's a sign of a quality player. That's a sign of somebody who doesn't need their A game in order to pick up the results. He had flashes of brilliance, moments that dug him out of situations. Today, I think we see something different. I think we see a bit of quality today from Andy Davidson. I would not be surprised if Andy Davidson goes through the card today.
And Marina Michels missed 3 darts to do exactly that yesterday. He was the most consistent player, had a running average for the day above 90, and probably one of the best days that we've seen from him here. And that's a player that's made a grand final in this building. Yeah,
I think he's possibly one of those players that maybe go a little bit under the radar, a little bit underestimated. That might be because he's been around for a long time now, and maybe the ceiling has been exposed for Marina Michels in where he's going to go with his career. We know he's played on the BDO, we know he's played on the PDC. So maybe we're looking at him through different eyes, where if this was like a different player who we haven't seen before, maybe we'd be sort of singing the praises of. Because, like I say, he's won a week here, he's got to Champions Week final, he's playing well. Every time he comes here, he's one of those players that we don't pick up on too much, the odd compilers don't pick up on, but he always seems to go deep and he always plays well. And yesterday, just another point in that.
Well, Jim Long ended the day on 4 points. He's 4 points behind the league leaders, but he goes off as the joint favourite with the odds compilers, him and Andy Davidson at 5-2. I just want to get your perspective on that.
I think they've lost their minds. Andy Davidson already got a good advantage there. For me, was the pick before a dart was thrown, and now he's got a couple of points advantage as well over Jim Long. I'm gobsmacked by those prices. 5-2, and Andy Davidson is an absolute great price considering where he is and one day in.
How important could this first game be? Because it is Davidson up against Michels.
It's one of those where both players would have preferred to have this later on in the day, because you ideally want to get up there, have a game or two before you face one of your biggest rivals, and now they've both got that situation. One of these guys is going to come off the stage really, really happy because they've just beaten one of their rivals and they've guaranteed a cushion at the top of the table. The other one's going to come off, and that's going to pressurise game number 2, because you have to then respond to that defeat, or else there could be a bit of a gap appear at the very top.
Does it set the tone positively or negatively?
I think that's the case for a couple of these games. You know, when we look at Jim Long, Connor Henahan, 2 people that had not good days yesterday, 2 people that want to put that right, but they both can't win. because they'll be playing each other. One of them's got to lose. So somebody's going to be continuing that trend into day 2, thinking, this group's gone, where the other player might think, well, I'm still got a bit of an outside squeak.
Well, Matt, thank you for your contributions now. See you in the commentary box in a couple of minutes' time. First up for us, Andy Davidson against Moreno Michels, the top of the table clash here in Group A. Davidson picked up 8 points. He beat Michels by 4 legs to 3 in the final game of yesterday afternoon's session. And early on this morning, I caught up with him. Andy, I can imagine you're really happy with the points total yesterday. How would you assess, though, how you played?
Yeah, I didn't play my best, if I'm being totally honest. I'm not overly thrilled with the way I played, but if you'd offered me 4 out of 5 before play started, I'd have 100% took that. So glad to be top of the table, but performance-wise, I'll need to improve.
It was one of those days where it felt like you took advantage of a lot of opportunities from opponents.
Yeah, I think it was. I think, in all honesty, it wasn't a great session from any of us. So fingers crossed that we've now had a day up there, had a few games each that will relax and hopefully be a better session today.
Can that sometimes be the case on Monday? Maybe not rustiness being the right word, but just trying to get yourself into the tournament somewhat.
Yeah, I think so, because they're all going in the practice rooms. So and I felt great on the stage. It just didn't quite happen for me. And apart from the last game, played all right in that one. But yeah, just one of them things. Sometimes it just doesn't go for you. But hopefully today will be different.
Is it just sometimes hoping that it just clicks a little bit more?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't feel I was throwing terrible darts. They're just all on the wire. They just weren't going in. It's just one of the you just get days like that. But the fact I still picked up 4 out of 5 wins and my one loss was a 4-3. That's okay for me. I'll take that.
Moreno first game. Does that opening match have extra significance when you consider what the significance it could be or it could have to the table?
Well, potentially. I mean, I do feel that was the best game yesterday. Was the last one me and Moreno had. So if we can replicate that, fingers crossed. Should be a good one.
Wish you well, Andy. Good luck.
Cheers, Henry. Top man.
And Andy Davidson's involved in the first match of the session. He takes on Moreno Michels, a repeat of the final game of yesterday's session, which Moreno missed 3 darts to complete the card, lost out 4-3. It was the highest quality game of the day. The 40-year-old from Rotterdam, the Series 5 runner-up, lost the final this time last year to Jim McEwen. Takes on Davidson, the 29-year-old from Edinburgh in Scotland, throwing a Darrell Gurney dart, won on his debut. And actually, I was having a chat with Andy following the completion of the session yesterday, and he's no longer a postie. He has decided to take a little bit of a sabbatical from the sport, and he's from his work and taken up the sport full time.
First leg.
That's a man who's taken up the sport full time.
Game on.
Jack Garwood, leading official, great referee, great guy, and great to have him here. And this could be a great start for Moreno Michels.
140.
Very brave of Andy
60.
Davidson to do so, but on the same aspect, fortune favours the brave.
Yeah, speaking to Andy yesterday,
100.
as Moreno gets off to a rip-roaring start, 140, followed by a 180. He was offered the opportunity
42.
with his employers to take a bit of a sabbatical, and so effectively he can take a bit of time away from the sport. He's going to concentrate on Q score, hopefully in his case get
59.
a card and see what's what, and basically make a decision after a certain case of time whether it's worth pursuing more permanently a full-time darts 70 or whether he
134.
continues playing
Moreno, you require
part-time. But he felt like now was the
122.
perfect time to do it, and it's great to see him endeavouring into the sport on a more professional basis, because he is one of those players that you
78.
look at and think has got a real potential, but in this first leg, Moreno Michels has bashed him off the board.
46. Moreno, you require 44.
For a potential 14 darter to kickstart, double 16.
Game shot on
Beautiful
the first
start.
leg. Moreno
And that was the type
Michels.
of stuff that Moreno Michels was doing all day yesterday. Constant 5-visit legs.
Second leg.
Constantly
It's Andy to throw
asking
first.
questions of his
Game
opponents.
And it's a good start because yesterday Moreno Michels' worst performance did come in
140.
game number 1, which the time of which the games are played does make a big difference. Some people need a bit more time to get into it, and it's 9:30 in the
77.
morning here in the UK. And with that, you don't have a lot of preparation time. You have to
125.
change things. You might have to get up even earlier in the morning to make sure you've had your nutrition and your fuel to get you ready for the day.
60.
Just not throwing them right here for me, Andy Davidson, today. He does have, shall we say, a bit more of a floaty action, where the dart levels out in the air.
140.
But just engaging a bit of lift at times is better, throwing and propelling them through the air.
136.
And that's the sort of thing you get early on. Until you've fully warmed up into the day, you just sometimes get that little bit of shoulder
81.
engagement.
Andy, you require 40.
Tops.
Game shot on the
14
second leg.
darter
Andy
from
Davidson.
Moreno Mikkels in the first leg's been cancelled out by 13 darter of Andy Davidson in leg 2. And level we are, 1-1.
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
And he'll feel that as well, which will probably be why the very next visit was a lot more powered, a lot more
100.
propelled.
$81.
Feels like one of those games that the win's going to be great for the winner, but the defeat could be perhaps a bit more
96.
significant for the loser.
Yeah, and it's game number 1. Oh, these are thrown well.
108.
Building up from the bottom of the treble. Thrown with purpose.
$65.
Smart counting that from Moreno, because if he hit 2 trebles on the back of that 25, would have left himself on a finish,
86.
which is exactly what Davidson's done after 9, and he's threatening the break of throw here with the Dutchman.
I mean, everything about it for Andy Davidson is just... He needed that leg,
60.
didn't he? He needed that
And
leg
he
and a half to
required
get into this, because
154.
everything about him is now starting to replicate the pace of which he likes to play the game.
134.
Nearly another big finish there for Davidson. The way he moves around the stage, the way he takes the darts out the board, it's all part of the Andy Davidson game. He needs to play with that pace, with that aggression, and with
60. Andy,
a
you
little
require
bit.
20.
of aggression in the throw.
Average 102.5,
10.
but it's missed 3 opportunities to get the
Moreno, you
break of
require
throw.
120.
And Mikkels here could pinch his pocket if he takes out this 120. Awkward, shuffles across, tries to find a route through. Unable to do so. So Davidson back with 3 at
6.
double 5.
Andy, you require 10.
This is a double that could be awkward for him if his dart goes above like that.
Game
But he
shot on
finds
the
a way
third
through. That's a
leg. Andy
great dart.
Davidson.
Davidson gets the break and leads 2-1.
That's a relieving dart, that, for Andy Davidson, because
Fourth
he had a
flag,
couple of
it's Andy to
situations
throw
like that
first.
yesterday where he had
Game on.
chances, key moments where he could have made life easier for himself and ended up getting embroiled in drama.
140.
I mean, he still got embroiled in drama there, leaving it to the very last dart, missing a handful of darts, giving Moreno an opportunity at the 120. But yesterday,
85.
at times, was allowing that extra visit back to the board for his opponent. So, good signs once again.
85.
Well, the numbers so far in this contest, not quite as good as it was yesterday, but still fairly good.
58.
Davidson 92.39, Mikkels 86.5. That's just gone down as a result of that previous visit. In terms of their days
60.
yesterday, Davidson ran an average of 86.36, and that was despite only hitting 29% of his doubles, 19 hits from 64 attempts. Whilst Moreno
97.
Mikkels was by far the most consistent player yesterday. Hitting the most 180s, 9 throughout the course of the session. A
60.
running average of over 90 for the day and 41% on the doubles. Both players, interestingly, were just 1 leg away each
140.
from completing the card.
Andy, you require 156.
Saw this yesterday from Jim Long. But Davidson's not going to find another
96.
156, and so
Moreno,
Mikkels
you require
has got an opportunity here to break
121.
back 1-2-1. Bull,
88.
not to beat.
Andy, you
And so
require
Davidson,
60.
to really have a vice-like grip of this match,
Game
gets the
shot on the
tops
fourth leg,
and
Andy
opens up a
Davidson.
3-1 lead.
Fifth flag, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Good start from both. Both will probably be happy with the
96.
level of play that they have produced this early, but Andy Davidson will be significantly more happy due to the fact the result is going his way
58.
at the moment. But he does have to get over the line, and Moreno is in that situation where he's a leg away from losing the match. However, knows he only needs the one breaker throw.
77.
And Moreno is not going to be a player that gets perturbed by the scoreline, will he? He's not one that's going to
140.
panic.
No, he's experienced. He's seen it all before. He's playing regular. It's when you're not playing regular where you start to panic, or when you've not been in this position
6.
many times. And I don't just mean worldwide, I mean on this stage as well. Moreno now becoming one of the very familiar faces with the
95.
Super Series.
Done things in this building that many great players haven't done. A win a week
58.
and then get to the final of a Champions Week. And I think that's something that's going to be very much on the radar of this man, who wasn't even on our radar at the beginning of the year.
140.
But that just shows the pathways that the ADC have provided players this year and how important a pathway it is to the Super Series. And he's left himself on 68 after 12
108.
to seal a 4-1 win. And that Maxi
And he required 68.
might be dead cap, but he's left Mikkels on a double. But is he going to get a go at it? No
Game
is the
shot and the
answer,
match,
because Andy Davidson has come out the blocks charging. An average of 91, a blockbuster display. 3-5 visit legs has seen him over the line against Moreno Mikkels by 4 legs to 1. And he now opens up a 2-point lead at the top of Group A. That the tail of the tape. A real good opening game to our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Davidson beats Mikkels by 4 legs to 1 to move top of the group on to 10 points. Coming up after the break, two players who need a big day today. They're going to have any kind of say when it comes to tomorrow's proceedings, as Jim Long takes on Connor Henahan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Andy Davidson got his day off to a perfect start, beating Moreno Mikkels by 4 legs to 1, including legs of 13, 14 and 15 to see the game through. Next up for us, Conor Henahan, the 26-year-old from round 4 in the Republic of Ireland, weekly winner 2 series ago. Hino is looking to be the hero once again. He takes on the gentleman, Jim Long, who's made the trip from London in Ontario to be here. He won week 2 of the previous series, and also a winner on the World Senior Circuit over the last few days. He played in Newbury at the weekend, picked up the final floor title there of 2024. Got the better of Jim McEwen, former series champion here in the final. McEwen's actually qualified for the World Seniors Championship, as too has Jim Long. He'll be making an appearance at the Circus Tavern come February. A tournament where he does have good memories in the past. But this is also a tournament where Conor Henahan has really made his home, a tournament where he really made his name. A couple of 9-darters here, a weekly win here. Actually turned up in Southampton as a qualifier, an online qualifier through the days of COVID. And ever since then, he's been pretty much ever present on the scene here at the Super Series and then Live League. We talk about his record here, but his record in the previous venue in Southampton was really good too. He actually lost in the final of the last ever event that was played there, Champion of Champions special, to Jim McEwen.
90.
How things have changed, eh? Playing darts at home. There's a good period of time, though, wasn't it? A lot of innovation and development there. Darts, one of the only sports, really, that could have continued during the COVID period. And look what's come off the back of it. We now have weekly darts live 6 days a week.
140.
And lucky you get to sit next to me in a commentary box for it all.
Not everything was good that came out of it.
This has been a good start for Conor Henahan, who begins today on 2 points. Picked up a solitary win throughout the course of yesterday's action, and it really was a off-colour performance for Conor, who was the first to admit it just did not happen for him. He
140.
couldn't quite work out how, but he knew that there was a lot of slips that were moving towards the left. But whatever happened yesterday, looks as if early on he's salvaged the situation, left himself on a 2-darter after 12 to hold the throw.
Conor, you require 46.
And in fairness to Conor, this part wasn't an issue at all. He was 42% on his doubles yesterday.
26.
But he hasn't found the first one of this match just yet.
44.
Jim Long had the highest finish of yesterday, the 156. Is he going to kickstart for 144? Another one of them would have given him a dart at double 12.
96. Conor, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg. Conor Henahan.
You mentioned the 42% of Conor Henahan yesterday being a little bit of a strong point. However,
second leg, it's Jim
he did only have 19 darts at a double yesterday across his 5 games, which by Conor Henahan's standard is very, very low. And that came down to the fact that his scoring power just was not there. Couldn't keep the darts straight yesterday, Conor Henahan. Struggling. Darts in the 5, darts in the 1. No problem here. Smack bang in the middle of the treble 20.
140.
Already showing signs here that he is feeling much, much better today, as he's clearly playing in a shirt that maybe makes him feel good, because looking at the badges and the logos on that shirt, I would suggest that's a shirt that he had made to play in the UK Open with.
95.
Indeed it was. And he's hit a 9-darter in that shirt as well. Perhaps not a surprise against Alan Chuck Norris here at the Super Series.
60.
One of 2 9-dart finishers that Conor Henahan has managed to hit on that stage.
90.
But here come the 5s. It's going to be something that we're ultimately going to be keeping an eye on, just to how it was so evident yesterday within his game.
100.
Yeah, Conor hit the first here back in September 2022. It was actually in the second week that we moved into this building. He was the man then.
95.
Looking to be the man again now.
Jim, you require
He's left himself on a 2-darter after 12 to break the throw, but Jim Long gets first poke of the 141, heads down to go up. Treble 20 leaves double 12. Not to be on this occasion. And so Henahan may just get a dart at the ball,
Conor, you
but
require
he's got an
81.
opportunity for a 2-0 lead in the break. Even better, 2 at double 12.
66. Jimmy
Being able to
require
follow darts, is he,
43.
Connor? Heads down to go high.
Game
And
shot
Jim
on the
Long
second
is
leg.
level.
Jim Long.
1-1.
Third leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Whenever
43.
Connor's going over there and he's hitting those ones, that's just where he's over adjusting, just too much snap in that body, which is as his body realigns, because he's a player that plays out of
30.
alignment, is Connor Henahan. You see here as he sets to the yoki, the dart in the hand pointing out towards the left, the shoulder just comes across the body
84.
to tighten up around the chest, so he does need sort of that bit of body movement to sort of get himself back into alignment, because he sets out of. Very, very rare, unique sort of throwing action.
95.
What did you make of the 5-2 odds of Jim Long this
46.
morning when you saw it for the first time?
Silly. We've seen now that Andy Davidson has picked up the first victory. Jim Long, if he does not beat Connor Henahan here, will be 6 points off the top.
140.
And we're starting to get to that mid-part way of the group. So I say I don't like that, but I don't like it. But it also makes Andy Davidson
140.
incredible value today at 5-2.
Well, if you did take it on, it's 18 plus. It is begambleaware.org if you're having a flutter on the Super Series today. And Jim Long may well be turning this game on its head. Henahan had a couple of darts to break Jim in the previous leg and lead 2-0. And now it's the Canadian that's threatening a break of
55.
throw
Jimmy
to
requires
put his nose in
56.
front for the first time in this contest. 2 at tops. Now double 10. 15 darter.
Leg, Jim Long.
And Jim Long, for the first time in this game, has the lead. Henahan went 1 up. Should have been 2-0 up.
Fourth leg is
But
Jim to
since
throw
then,
first.
it's all been about that man in your
Game on.
picture.
$100.
This was a game that we picked out at the start of the day.
99.
There has been one of those possible problem games, because neither player would have been happy with their results yesterday. Jim Long and Connor Henahan would have expected a little bit more from themselves
100.
coming into day one. But if you start day two with a defeat, it pretty much, not mathematically, but by all probability, eliminates you from winning this Group A,
100.
which is a sizable paycheck. The biggest paycheck of all the groups. And a guaranteed ticket to Saturday night, where you get the chance to play for one of the
100.
last 2 remaining spots in Champions Week. The last Champions Week of 2024. Potentially the last
92.
Champions Week that these players may get to ever play in, because I'm pretty sure both these players will be attending PDCQ school come January.
I can confirm that for you.
177.
Jim was saying to me yesterday morning that's his intention come January, and Connor will continue that dream of picking up a tour card for the first time. Long has left himself on a double after 12. He
Jimmy
really has
required
taken the bull
24.
by the horns in this game. Average now above 98, and he's got Connor Henahan surrounded. And he's got him exactly where he wants him. He's 3-1 to the good. Henahan, who had the opportunity to move 2-0 up, now finds himself 2 legs down.
Connor to throw
And
first.
he has to win the remaining
Game
3
on.
in this contest if he's to pick up the opening 2 points of his day.
140.
Jim wins this, he moves on to 6 points. He's still 4 behind Andy Davidson, but he does take on Moreno Michels next, so he can make a little bit of leeway upon the Dutchman. In fact, Jim doesn't play Andy until the final match of the day. So if he is to harbour realistic ambitions of
45.
qualifying for UFIL, he's going to have to do the damage early and then hope that he's in a position because of the other results for Andy that he may be able to strike come the end of the session.
121.
I think in the first game, Andy Davidson started a little bit slowly, but then really found his stride after a leg or two to pick up the victory against Moreno Michels. And this has the same sort of vibe for me, that
99.
Jim Long just needing the first leg or so to get into the flow of things, and since has really rose his game, averaging 94 here, Jim Long.
100.
Significantly better than anything we saw from him yesterday. Certainly in a winning capacity.
177.
But this was something we saw from Conor Henahan, wasn't it? That ability to fight, that ability to dig deep and just hang in games.
Well, this is what we thought this group was going to be yesterday morning. High quality
65.
players averaging in
Conor, you
excess of
require
90, left,
40.
right and centre. It's come to the boil on Tuesday. Double 5.
35.
And Conor might want to be mindful
Jim, you
here
require
because Jim Long took
156.
this finish out yesterday. But he's not going to do so right here, right now.
140.
He's left it
Conor, you
well, though.
require 5.
The next best thing there for Jim Long. Tricky.
1. Jim, you require
How?
16.
And it could be how for now for Henahan because Long's looking at double 8.
Game shot.
And he gets the
match,
double 8 and he
Jim Long.
picks up his first win of the day in the opening game of the day. A much improved display for both, but it's Jim Long that picks the points up. With an average in excess of 92, his doubling was much better for Conor Henahan. That was his issue. He had the opportunity to move 2-0 up in the contest, couldn't take it. And from that point onwards, it was all about Jim Long. A 4-1 winner against the Irishman. Next up, it's Cedric Vargans against Johnny Haynes.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
Steve
West
West.
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the final match from the first round of fixtures on this Tuesday morning is about to get underway. It sees Cedric Vargans and Johnny Haynes go toe-to-toe. Before the break, we saw a win for Jim Long by 4 legs to 1 against Connor Henahan. But we turn our attention to the man from Brussels, Cedric Vargans, the 39-year-old making his debut in this competition, up against the 60-year-old Johnny Haynes, the punk from Swindon, the Week 11 winner of Series 2 here at the Super Series. And he's looking to do, well, what John Henderson did, and that's win 7 series apart. And if he does, then that is a joint record with the Highlander. They played the first Champions Week of 2023, and he's looking to play the final Champions Week of 2024.
Game on.
In fairness to Johnny, he played really well yesterday. 88.56 in terms of his... Sorry, 86.56 in terms of his free dart average, and 33% on the double, 17 hits from 51. Had the best ton-plus checks of everyone as well, 3 over the course of the day. It was kind of everything that you'd expect from this man and more.
108.
I'd expect a little bit more from Johnny Haynes. I've seen him for many years. I know the quality he's got, and I still think we haven't seen it yet. There's more to come. And
59.
if you was going to say to me, Matt, who do you think is going to make a bit of a move today? Who's going to maybe produce more? I think it's going to be this man, Johnny Haynes. Absolute quality operator. And when he's playing well, he's one of those guys that just makes the game look so easy.
Calm down. It's 1 for 1 after 9, not 6. Do you want to pretend it's a 9?
60. Cedric,
go on, call it in.
141.
It doesn't matter. Even if it was, it would be boring now anyway. Haynes 161 to take
Johnny
out the opening leg against Fro.
161.
That's not going to go, and so Vargman's back for 82 to take out the opening leg.
55. Cedric, you require 82.
Been a positive start for the Belgian. Capped off with a 15 darter.
Cedric Vargman.
And fair play, because Johnny Haynes came up the tracks fine, but he kept pace and took the opening leg, much to the show of respect from his opponent.
First. Game on.
That's a quality leg, that, isn't it? 15 darter, look composed, a 180 in there as well. We did get that vibe yesterday that maybe he's a little bit underestimated in this group, certainly with the odds compilers, because we saw enough signs yesterday to suggest he can be a danger, certainly on individual games. You wouldn't expect him to go through the card with all defeats. You think he's going to pick something up somewhere, and that's a sign that maybe he's going to pick up the standard as well today.
140.
He's certainly got plenty of support. I saw that yesterday across all the social platforms, mostly on the Facebooks.
The Facebooks.
81.
The Facebooks.
How old are you?
18.
21.
You'll be checking your MySpace page before too long. Would you have remembered BBM, BlackBerry Messenger?
I remember MSN Messenger. Used to have to go on and people would pop up. Like the original social media.
Well, back when Johnny Haynes was a boy, it was carrier pigeon the key way of communication.
Johnny Haynes is from the era where you'd actually leave your house to go and speak to people rather than sit inside it.
Love another one of them. He's himself on a 2-darter to level this contest up. Interestingly, there's been a trend so far today. The player who's thrown first has won the first leg
85.
and then lost 4 on the spin
Johnny,
in our opening 2
80.
matches. Four-level match.
6.
12 doesn't go. Vargans looking at 105. He was the only player yesterday who didn't have a ton plus checkout.
Not going to change that on this occasion,
44.
but plenty of time today to
Check
put one on the
45.
board.
Johnny required 20.
Double 10 to put a leg on the board here for Johnny Haynes.
10.
Hey,
Cedric, you
they're quite a
require
way off.
60.
Big opportunity here for Cedric.
And this would be music to the ears of the
Game
top
shot on the
two, as
second
Cedric
leg.
Vargans
Cedric
could pick
Vargans.
up a win here because it keeps Johnny Haynes at bay. Vargans got the break. He leads 2-0. Johnny Haynes has missed
Third leg.
4
Cedric
darts
to
and a
throw
double
first.
so far in this
Game on.
contest.
I mean, let's get things straight. Let's be
60.
precise with this of Cedric Vargans. Yes, we don't know too much in regards to the form line of him because there's not been too much registered data.
60.
Yes, it appears that he's took a break, certainly in regards to top-level darts. However, there's some quality in there, more than what the odds compilers suggest there is. Because this is a player who has played at Lakeside, where you have to be winning things to get into that tournament. You either have to win a qualifier, or you have to have enough ranking points from doing the circuit.
140.
He's also a player who's represented his country. And when you think about Belgium being a very developing nation, thousands upon thousands of players.
40.
I see events 500, 600 just for a local open going to tournaments in Belgium right now. So to be at the top of that tree to the point you're
100.
getting international call-ups, there has to be quality in there, and I think he's possibly been a bit underestimated at times. And maybe today showing us that too.
81.
So he looks more settled. And I think there's another thing that needs to be put about it is the environment here is different to any other. And maybe the first day there could have been he played well, but maybe a little sign of nerves. You're playing in a
100.
different country. He's admitted that his English isn't too great, so getting to know other people and that can sometimes be difficult. So sometimes it can just take that day for you to really
60.
settle down and find your
Johnny
best because
require
there's so many
101.
external factors. Haynes here has got 6 for the break back. Treble 18 gives himself a dart of double 16.
69.
He's got time on his side to return this game to throw.
100. Johnny required 32.
But he can ill afford for his doubles to let him down again.
Game shot on
They
the
don't
third
that
leg.
time.
Johnny
Back
Haynes.
to 2-1. Is it something we don't maybe talk about enough?
Fourth
is
leg. It's Johnny to throw first.
factor for
Game on.
players, particularly like Cedric, who maybe don't play a lot away from home, going to a different country, different language, and sometimes it can take a little while to adjust and settle.
140.
It doesn't when you're doing it regular. It's when it's something you don't do too often. That's when it becomes a bit of a factor.
121.
Whenever you're travelling and you're out there and you're doing the tours, you know, like speaking from personal experience this year, I think I've been to about 10 different countries
60.
in terms of languages or different sort of translations.
140.
And it just changes little bits. You tend to find Google Translators used quite often, just for even taking photos of menus. And
140.
there you go, guys. Little tip for you as well. If you're in a different country and you're not quite familiar what the menu says, get your Google app out, take a picture of it, it translates it all for you.
60.
I
Johnny
think that's what
required
Cedric was trying to get across that
161.
he's having to do here as well, isn't it? Use the old applications these days.
$59.
Interesting passion of play here. Haynes has left himself on a makeable finish. 1 treble to a double to level up at 2-2. Vargman's had an opportunity to
75.
really
Johnny require 102.
put his throw under pressure, move 3-1 up, was unable to do so. Haynes had 3 tub plus checkouts yesterday.
82.
His first of the day isn't going to come there.
Cedric, you require 105.
Triple 18 bull. Well, anything that could have gone wrong there for Cedric has gone
21.
wrong. And so Haynes
Johnny
for a level game,
required
looking at
20.
double 10. And a
Game
level
shot
game
on
it
the
is,
fourth
2-2.
leg, Johnny
Vargas
Haynes.
raced into a lead. He's been pegged back by the punk. And we're level at 2-2.
Fifth leg. It's Cedric to throw first.
Johnny Haynes has done this a
Game
few
on.
times now, I've noticed, where he's just stood there sort of rubbing his eye a little bit at times.
123.
Interesting as well that today's had to ask our referee Jack Garwood on a couple of occasions, is that in? Now, I wonder
85.
if he's just suffering with something that I'm seeing a lot more common in dart players at the moment, which is just where the eyelid flickers. And it can be an
77.
irritant. It just blurs the vision very slightly. Something to maybe keep an eye on. No pun intended.
125.
And sometimes as well, when you're playing on a stage like this where you've got a lot of lights and stage equipment, there could be a lot of dry air as well that can go across that particular room.
40.
It's not just that, it's the changing of light as well, because when you're looking forward, it's a different light to maybe when you're looking into the back of the room. And anyone who's been sort of a
83.
photographer, videographer, they'll tell you the changing of the light is what's the hard thing, because it makes it almost strobe. And that's essentially what's happening with the eye as well.
121. $140.
Great 140 that
Cedric,
from
you
Johnny.
require 140.
And he's going to get a look at this 68 to move in front for the first time in this contest. He missed a
120.
plethora of darts at a double
Johnny
to lead the
requires
game early
68.
on. 5 in the first 2 legs. But now he has an opportunity to take the front once and for all.
Game
And he
shot on
finds
the
that
fifth
double
leg.
2.
Johnny
Last die in
Haynes.
hand. He gets the break. He's 3-2 up and 1 away from the win with the darts in hand. He's getting very
Sixth
friendly on
leg.
the
It's Johnny
stage.
to throw first. Game on.
Such a quality there on the dartboard from Johnny Haynes. Where do you stand, though, on the mid-match fist bumps?
140.
As a player, I probably shouldn't say this, should I? Because I'm going to get offered all the time now.
85.
It irritates me when people want a fist bump mid-match. I just want to do my thing in my own world.
Yarno, you know what to do, pal.
It will be ignored.
97.
From a man of experience, Matt, an ignored handshake is not fun.
59.
That was what Mr. Bates did to me last year.
I'm sure many other people have done it as well.
100.
Less said the better.
What a leg this is, though. Johnny Haynes, 9 darts down to a finish. This is what you do in a leg like this, where you're trying to see out the game. You've got the advantage with throw.
41.
Drive
require
home that advantage,
164.
asserting himself here. And just like our opening couple of games, this one could be won with an average in excess of 90.
100.
It's gone through the gears beautifully here, has Johnny Haynes. Was 2-0 down. Cedric looked like he was beginning to get a real grasp and real
100.
control of this
Johnny
contest.
requires 64.
But Haynes, to his credit, has reeled off 3.5 and maybe now 4 excellent legs. 2 darts at double 8 for the match. And to cap off an excellent flurry towards the line. Cedric Vargans raced into a 2-0 lead after missed opportunities from that man in your picture, Johnny Haynes. He'd then come back to inform the spin and he's straight back down the stage. He knows there's business to do today and he knows that he's not out this race whatsoever. Really good opening performance, average in excess of 92. Doubling he'll take 4 from 11. It's over the 33% mark. Cedric, really good early on, but just tailed off towards the end. Haynes picking the points up. So that's the end of round 1. Round 2 begins after the break, and it sees Jim Long take on Moreno Michels. First round down here at the Modus Super Series. So we saw Johnny Haynes get the better of Cedric Vargans to complete it before the break. A 4-2 win with an average in excess of 92 means that he is on 8 points in the second position in the table ahead of this meeting between Jim Long and Moreno Michels. And there is a possibility that come the end of this game, Andy Davidson could lead the table on 10 and 3 players behind him all on 8 points. The middle of this group really is bunching up, and it would mean that Cedric Vargans and Conor Henahan really would be cut adrift. The bottom 2 of the table would look as if they've got a mountain to climb if they're just to make Group B. For Jim Long, it was a real positive start to the day. An average in excess of 92 and a 4-1 win against Conor Henahan. Whilst Moreno Michels got off to a strong start against Andy Davidson, but was then blown away by the Scot. Lost out 4-1 despite averaging in excess of 90. But Jim looked night and day in comparison to what we saw during yesterday's session.
One thing you'll never see Jim Long do is lose his composure. That's his key quality. That's his standout quality. But one thing we did see him lose yesterday was his consistency. I normally expect Jim Long to be anywhere between an 88 and a 92, and 92 is where he started the day. So I fully expect that as the day goes on, he's going to be around about that sort of mark. It's for somebody to come and do better than Jim Long, which is going to take a bit of a flurry, but we know that Moreno's got it in him. He did play well in that opening game, but it is back-to-back defeats. However, it's back-to-back defeats to the same player. Yesterday,
60.
He beat everybody but Andy Davidson. I'm sure he'd be very, very happy to leave here if that was the same equation today.
Well, this was perhaps the best game yesterday.
140.
The 4-3 win over Jim Long. Jim was actually 3-1 up in the contest. Loss of an average of 95.97. Hit that 156 checkout. But Michels came back with 14, 12 and 15 darters to win that match on 2 legs behind. Kind of categorised Jim Long's day. Even when he played well, he couldn't catch a break.
117.
But he's looking for a hold of throw in this first leg, and he's left himself on double 12 after 12.
Jimmy required 24.
Solid start in the scoring phase for Jim Long.
Game shot of first
solid leg,
Jim Long.
14 darter. That is how you kickstart your campaign.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
Long one up.
Game on.
Michels with work to do.
41.
Well, we spoke about how Jim's qualified for next year's World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern. He actually made it through to the semi-finals last year and only beaten by John Henderson in a pulsating semi-final. He
57.
Beat David Cameron in the opening round. That's not going to take place this year because the field is going to be 24 as opposed to 32. 3-1 with an average just under the 91 mark. Then average in excess of 91 in a 3-0 win against Martin Wolfie Adams in the last 16. He then beat Paul Hogan, averaging 89.5 in the quarterfinals, and then actually had as high average as anybody throughout the course of the tournament in a 3-1 defeat to John Henderson in the semis. Long averaging 93.16, Henderson 92.91. And as we know all too well by now, Hendo will go on to beat Conor McGarry by 5-0 in that particular final. And when you see the stand and the quality of the World Seniors, you feel like consistent players 96. Like Jim Long will always have success just because of the sheer nature of the tour and the fact you're looking at older players that have still got that A game there, but maybe cannot always rely on their B game.
58.
Let's not undersell the format as well, the structure. A lot of the time these events are finishing with a day where you have to play 2-3 matches over a long format, and that's not easy to do. There are many players that can never crack that formula.
23.
We'll see them struggle again this coming weekend as the PDC rolls into Minehead for the Players' Championship Finals. Another one of those tournaments where multiple games on a day.
41.
Multiple long format, high intensity games. Very, very hard to do. UK Open, another fine example of that type of format.
2 players who played at the Super Series this year will be in action in Minehead. Connor Scutton
90.
Wesley Plaisir.
Moreno, you require 161.
Which both of them, in fact, all 64 players, the very best. This could be the best finish of the week, but the 161 isn't going to go, and Jim Long's left himself on a 2-darter to break. But he's going to have to take out this 95 because Mikkels has recovered the situation well enough to leave himself on a double. And double-double, unable to find the double 19.
79. Moreno, you require 24.
Can Mikkels find double 6? Double 3?
18.
Knows the answer. Long's back for the break.
You require 16. No score. Moreno, you require 6.
Unable to get, and so Mikkels has been given a free chance here.
Game shot on the second leg.
And the double
Moreno,
free
Mikkels.
goes, and this game is level, 1-1.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $60.
Makes you wonder how many miles Jim Long does in a year, doesn't it? Because we're speaking to people like John Part and Jeff Smith from that part of the world saying about the amount of miles they have to do, not just to play internationally, but also to play sort of national level darts.
100.
Very big countries, very spread out in regards to getting to the various venues. Remember when Danny Baggish was over here in the UK,
140.
lived not too far away from me. He says, should we go to this tournament, Matt? I says, I'm not going to that. It's like an hour away. And he couldn't believe that I wouldn't drive an hour to play a darts tournament, where over there he says 4-6 hours is
80.
considered local. And not only that, then you look at internationally, Jim Long played in the WDF World Masters not too long ago in Budapest, amongst many other tournaments
60.
that they've travelled to. We know he goes to Q School as well. So there'll be quite a considerable amount of time on an aeroplane for Jim Long to play this game.
A lot of globe traversing for the Canadian.
100.
Well, effectively, for American players that are on the East Coast to play in a West Coast tournament, it's kind of the equivalent of us going to, say, Germany or somewhere like that to play in an event.
58. Jim, you require 161.
Jim, who's been prolific on the CDC circuit. He's always prolific on the CDC circuit. Always qualifies for Madison Square Garden and the World Series event that takes place there. The
77.
US Darts Masters. He's left himself on 84 here to open up a 2-1 lead in this
159.
contest.
Jimmy require
But it's under
84.
pressure because once again, Mikkels is hot at his tail. Double 6.
Game
And it
shot on the
goes.
third
2-1
leg,
Jim Long
Long.
leads.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Recently made the final of the CDC Continental Cup, did Jim Long. Lost out in the final by 8 legs to 7 to Leonard Gates.
40.
Solitary leg away from playing at the Grand Slam of Darts for the first time in his career. Beat Stowe Bunce in the semi-final, and if the truth be told, Stowe was probably the heavy favourite to go on and win that tournament, particularly after his exploits here.
It's got to be said, the CDC, when we talk about systems, we've talked about the ADC and the pathways that that's creating. We've talked about the JDC in the past and
55.
the various systems that are available throughout darts. But the CDC, I think, is going to be the thing that bridges the gap between sort of American, Canadian darts and the mainstream darts, because
134.
the quality of the competition there, and that's another thing that was sort of flagged up to me when I speak to people from that part of the world, that it's hard to
42.
find quality composition because everyone's sort of so far spread apart. Here it's very condensed. You know there's players within your county that can mix it up at the top end. Whereas
60.
you look over there, there's just so much mileage between the players, and the CDC sort of put them all into one position. It's developed pathways and opportunities. I think that is going to be the tour that creates
140.
the most players moving forward.
Well, we've seen proof in the pudding here over the Super Series over long enough time. We've seen what Leonard Gates has done here and then subsequently done at Ali Pali on the World Seniors. Danny Lauby has had success here and then gone on to play on the Pro Tour. Jacob Taylor came from pretty much nowhere to lose a final to Luke Littler here. He could be a dangerous player for you to play at some point at Lakeside.
Jimmy require 110.
Long looking at 110 for the break and 3-1. One down his hand at double top.
70. Moreno, you require 128.
Triple 20 pull. Not to be, and so Long has 3 in his hand to open up a 3-1 lead. He'd then be voting for the match.
40.
Really focusing in at that double. And now he focuses in on double
Action on
10.
the
He
full
finds it and
flag,
gets
Jim
the
Long.
break. Long, 3-1 to the good.
Break a throw as well there for Jim
Fifth
Long,
flag,
giving him
it's
full
Jim to
control
throw
now of the
first.
game. He's got the advantage of
Game
throw in 2 of the last 3 legs. He is a firm favourite now to get his Tuesday doing a lot better than his Monday did, starting off with 2 victories, backing up that victory he had
54.
earlier against Conor Henahan, and that would move him within touching distance of the top of the table, but he would need a favour from Johnny Haynes if he's going to stay just a couple of points away. But Johnny Haynes himself above Jim Long.
Continuing to ask questions of those at the top of the table is Jim Long. And for Moreno Michels, this could end up being a
97.
disastrous start to the day. He missed 3 darts at a double to complete the card yesterday and beat Andy Davidson. Since that point, he has not won a game since.
119.
And Jim Long really is scrapping away. Michels, you feel like, is one poor score away from this game being completely out of his hands.
100. $133.
Good thinking, good leave for Jim Long. Moreno needs a treble here, or Jim Long's going to get 6 darts. That's blocked.
60.
Just try to
Jimmy
float one
require
over the top there.
160.
Giving Jim Long now 6 stars to get the job done. The luxury of a setup shot should he need it.
140.
What a setup play it is there for Jim Long. Down in 15. Moreno cancelled out of this game now. It's all about Jim Long.
Well, Jim's just
100.
completely outscored him
Jimmy
throughout the
required
course of this
20.
contest. It's always felt like Michels has been a visit behind. He looks like he's on the cusp of losing this game. 5-5 for Jim Long.
Game
For the
shot
match and
the
for
match,
his second
Jim Long.
consecutive win to kickstart the day. Well, the bookies kept faith with Jim Long. He went off the 5-2 joint favourite despite only picking up 4 points yesterday. Well, he's won 2 from 2 here. He's now level on points to Moreno Michels. He moves up to 3rd place in the table, and Moreno, who started the day 2nd in the league standings, could have gone top, now finds himself 4th. But so far, it's been a group dominated by Andy Davidson, and he can open up a 4-point buffer on the rest of the field if he beats Johnny Haynes after this short break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish 12 dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. On the mark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on
agreement
the second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jim Long got the better of Moreno Michels by 4 legs to 1, averaging just a shade under 85 in that contest. Our fifth game of the day sees Andy Davidson and Johnny Haynes go toe-to-toe, and it's an opportunity for the Scot to open up a 4-point lead at the top of the table. And this is how volatile the situations can be sometimes in groups of the Super Series, because yesterday, Moreno Michels missed 3 darts to top the group overnight and have a 4-point lead going into today. If Andy Davidson wins this match, Michels would be 4 points behind the league leader Davidson, who he himself will have that gap at the top of the table from Johnny, Jim and Moreno. You get the sense that before too long, if Andy continues to make headway, he could get this job done,
60.
possibly before the end of play here today.
It's opening up quite well for him, isn't it, in regards to the results? And when you look ahead to the head-to-head clashes and who's got to play who and how it breaks down, if he can keep picking up the points here, the players behind him have got to drop them in other places as well. He could make a gap that's too big. And one thing for sure is that 5-2 that was available at the start of the day may be about to disappear.
100.
Well, that 5-2 could be inverted by the end of the day.
140.
Well, he's been value all week long. At the beginning of the session yesterday, he was quoted at 4-1 to win this Group A.
100.
At the beginning of the day, 5-2. Both days, he has been incredible value.
180.
Just like the way he gets on with the game. I like the pace he plays with. I like the focus, the steeliness, the aggression.
100. Andy requires 76.
Just absolutely no nonsense whatsoever.
60.
It's a couple of
Johnny
darts to win leg 1.
101.
Can Johnny Haynes pick his pocket? And this is a game that both players will enjoy. The pace, the quality.
61.
Not
Andy
quite the ton plus
requires
finishing.
16. Game shot on the first leg, Andy Davidson.
Fast players like playing fast players. And once Johnny Haynes gets that first dart out
Second
the hand,
leg,
he
it's
has
Johnny
that little
to throw
set, he
first.
has that little stab of the
Game on.
dart. You see it there, and then dart 2 and 3 just follow. Just purely with
100.
Flow and rhythm.
99.
I'm going to try and make this make sense, but I'm not sure whether it will. But Johnny Haynes has kind of got... It's a very old school throw, isn't it? It's
100.
the type of throw that if you went down your local and you saw somebody on a dartboard, you'd expect to see as an action. Not maybe one of those
94.
throws that would be installed by design in an academy, say.
Do you know, you're absolutely right. That made no sense whatsoever.
81.
Although I think what you're trying to say, it's not
98.
it's not so much of a coached action as such. It's rhythm. It's just flow, rhythm and flow. Which
140.
I'd say is becoming more and more common as we move forward. I think it's one of the things that a lot of I can't think of many players off the top of my head that actually sight a dart these days. It tends to all be done with feel.
Tops.
45. And he requires
I
76.
suppose that is the danger when you play on feel. If it's just slightly off, it can look a long way off on the board, and that's a big finish. That's a big moment. We had a very small critique yesterday on Andy Davidson saying he didn't quite win the big moments. He didn't quite make life easy for himself, but he's doing so today. And by making life easy for himself today, he could make himself easy for the week, because he could be bypassing the rest of the event and going straight through to Saturday as this goes.
Right, first things first.
140.
Johnny Haynes has chalked his darts up. He sometimes does this when he's feeling as if the grip isn't too great, because he has got a smooth line barrel. He's got a bit of chalk in his case, which he'll put on the dart just to help him grip it a bit better.
45.
Maybe felt that dart slipped out the hand at tops, because that certainly looked to be the way in regards to how far away it was from the target. But he needs a maximum here. Andy Davidson completely outscoring him here on the front nine, forcing Haynes into a max just to get to a finish. But he's responding.
140. And
Well,
he
he's
requires
continually putting Johnny under the pump. Does he go for the fish? He does, and he wasn't too far away. Averaging here in excess of 103. Johnny Haynes is averaging 96 and getting absolutely no change out of this game whatsoever. He needs a 140 here to leave himself on a double. Ton leaves himself on a two-darter. Davidson back for 3-0.
21.
But Haynes does get an opportunity. And if he gets this match is back to throw.
Same equation we've just seen Andy Davidson take out a 76 to break the throw.
56.
76 is not the number on this occasion.
4.
If Andy Davidson took that out first time of asking, we would have been on for record pace territory.
No score.
But he may not even win this leg altogether. A burst on the double 17 puts Johnny Haynes back in situ on double 10 to bring it back to 2-1.
Johnny Haynes.
3 legs played in 5 minutes. That is how quick this match has been, and that includes a lot of missed darts at a double.
4th flag. It's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
This is darts in fast forward mode.
140.
Not every game can be played at this pace.
60.
But when it is, it's such a joy to watch.
$60. 134. 140.
Not just played with pace, it's played with quality.
45.
Johnny Haynes.
Johnny, you require 161.
Going through the gears, just like he did in his first game. He went 2-0 down to Cedric Vargans and ended up winning it 4-2.
126.
Opted to go to set it up there, but didn't quite set it up the way he'd liked. But he's got plenty of time on his hands. At least 6 darts here to get the job done.
Well, this game is changing dramatically.
Game shot on the
Davidson
flag.
missed
Johnny
a number
Haynes.
of opportunities to move 3-0 up in this game. Haynes pinched his pocket in the last, dominated
Fifth
that
flag,
leg.
it's Andy to
And look
throw
how good
first.
this game is.
Game on.
A couple of 16s, a 15 and a 14.
44.
But as Johnny Haynes has started to go through the gears and take his level up, Andy Davidson has just come off the boil very slightly here. And we're starting to see a bit of a gap, a bit of a chasm in regards to the averages. 13 points now in favour of Johnny Haynes, averaging 98.52.
100.
And he's improving from where he was against Cedric Vargans. He averaged 92 in that contest against Cedric.
60.
Missed a few darts early on in proceedings, went 2-0 down, but the burst that he had towards the finishing line, the 4 legs he reeled
41.
off in succession were really good. And actually, there's a possibility here that in back-to-back games, Johnny Haynes could trail 2-0 and go on and win.
$60. $98.
Incidentally, we are 8 minutes in and we are about to finish the 5th leg. That is how quick this game has gone by.
60.
And this is a key passage in play.
94.
Davidson finds a treble, a needed treble. He leaves himself on a finish. But Haynes will feel like he can leave himself set fair, much handier to get the break and to lead for the first time in the
95.
match.
Andy, you require 120.
That's exactly what he does. But is he going to get a poke at the 86? Davidson looking at double 11, unable to find. And so
Johnny
Haynes has his
require
opportunity
86.
to put his nose in front.
For a breaker throw at a key point in this game. Inviting.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Johnny Haynes.
What a turnaround this is from Johnny Haynes. Is he going to do it again?
6th leg. It's Johnny to throw first.
Davidson will be wondering
Game on.
what's gone wrong. A couple of missed opportunities, and all of a sudden, he's a leg away from losing the game, and he's got to find a breaker throw against a man
85.
who's just relentless at the moment on the treble 20.
135.
When Andy Davidson raced into a 2-0 lead, averaging pretty much a ton, I'd imagine the whole practice room were watching in fear. But are now watching this, thinking there is an opportunity to be had. Haynes will join Davidson on 10 points of a win here.
96.
He then takes on Jim Long in the next game that he plays. Henahan and Vargans, the bottom two, they're not in the situation. That comes up after this. But the third round of matches could hold a lot of weight.
140.
The picture could dramatically change in the next few moments.
There'll be people who attend the local opens
6.
all around this area
Johnny
that
require
go,
155.
this is the Johnny Haynes we see on a weekly basis.
$97. $80.
For the match.
Johnny require 58.
And for the second time today to come back from 2-0 behind to win a contest, tops. And now double 10. And on
Game
Tuesday,
shot and
Johnny
the match,
Haynes is the
Johnny
king
Haynes.
of the comebacks. He was 2-0 behind to win 4-2 against Cedric Vargans. And he's done exactly the same there against Andy Davidson, stopping the runaway Scot in his tracks. A 4-2 win, averaging 94.5. 4 for 9 on his doubles. Davidson raced into a 2-0 lead. Missed darts to go 3-0 up. And then never really had a look in from there. Haynes reeling off 4 on the spin to get the better of Andy Davidson. Coming up after the break, it's Connor Henahan up against Cedric Vargans.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
For the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he is absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Johnny Haynes got the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2. Really good performance from the Punk. 2-0 behind, but then winning form, the spin averaging 94.5, 4 from 9 on the doubles across the finishing post. Next up for us, it's Conor Henahan up against Cedric Vargans, a meeting of Belgium and the Republic of Ireland here on the Super Series stage. As far as Conor's day is concerned, he lost 4-1 in his opening match to Jim Long, while Cedric Vargans lost out in that match against Johnny that we mentioned in the previous game by 4 legs to 2. Conor missed a lot of darts at double in his first game, 1 from 11 on the outer ring. But was there enough in terms of that performance from the Irishman to give you plenty of promise for the rest of the day ahead?
It's a hard one to assess, isn't it, with Conor Henahan at the moment, because the results haven't quite been going his way, which will then ultimately build up a little bit of frustration as well in regards to why they've not been going right, why, and you start looking for the answers, and the answers are very, very evident. The dart's going left, and now the missed doubles coming as part of the play. So Conor, we're going to get to see another side of him here. We've seen the quality from him. We've seen what he can do. But now we're going to get to see how resilient he is.
43.
Can he bounce back? A lot of people can play well when things start well. But can he turn it around? I would hazard a guess that he can.
81.
But I'm not convinced it's going to be in this Group A campaign. He's currently sat bottom of the table. Probably his chances of winning this group have gone, and
134.
even now, we're looking at the table, he's 6 points away, even from making a Group B place. And Jim Long, Johnny Haynes, currently in position 2 and 3 in the table, take each other on in our next, or this cycle of fixtures.
108.
These next 2 days for Conor Henahan will almost feel like he's just practicing to get himself ready for the main event of Thursday and Friday. If he can sneak into Group B, that will be a bonus. But for both of these players, even at this early stage, it's looking like Group C is going to be where they pitch their tent. It's another slip into the 5 for Henahan. And that's been his problem all week long so far. He's recovered the situation to leave himself on a double. He's hopefully comes back. But Vargans is looking at 145. He couldn't find the treble 15, which would have given him a dart at tops. And so Henahan, double 18 for 1-0 lead.
No score. Cedric, you require
Chances come and gone.
52.
Vargans is back for the break. 2 at double 16. Double 8.
36.
Both players have squandered chances to
Connie,
win this
you
opening
require
leg.
36. No score.
And he'll be counting these in his
Cedric, you
head. He'll be
require
thinking, oh no,
16.
here we go again. Doubles the troubles. If he's counting, he'll be up to the number 6 so far, Connor Henahan.
8. Connor, you require 36.
Always had the vibe of a game that this could unravel in regards to the missed doubles and the missed opportunities.
Game shot of first
But
leg.
Henahan
Connor Henahan.
eventually gets the opening leg under his belt. 7th time of trying. But he's 1-0 to the good. He shakes his head.
Second
He
leg
knows
is
there's
Cedric
more in the
to throw
locker, but he
first.
just cannot
Game
find
on.
a way of unlocking what is in there. That high quality that he possesses.
58.
And it's the worst thing in this situation, almost trying too hard, because I can imagine that in practice things were going great for him, and then as soon as game on's called, it's just gone wrong, and then
40.
suddenly you're thinking, right, how do I perfect this? How do I put it right?
Which are all questions. And the worst thing to have
57.
in any situation when you're on a stage or in a solo sport like this is questions. Because whenever you have questions, you'll try and work out the answers. And when you're up there trying to perform a fine motor skill judged by the finest of margins, that's not the time to be trying to figure out the answers.
74.
However, both players will know that anything in sport is possible, and anything is possible in sport, because congratulations to San Marino, who won promotion to League C of the UEFA Football Nations League last night.
41.
They'd won just one game in their history in 30 years of international football, and they'd beaten Liechtenstein twice to qualify for the next league up. So no matter how hard the task, sometimes there's always a way, no matter how far your back is against the wall.
83.
Well, despite finding the maximum,
180. Cedric
could be
require
a spot of
99.
bother here, Cedric, in getting his throw broken.
19. Connor, you require 35.
And that's where sometimes I don't like the double-double because it feels like a waste of a dart, but that is a waste of a dart. It's got to burn one now. Only just gets it in the 13.
19. Cedric, you
Bit nervy,
require
bit edgy.
80.
Well, this is getting scrappy, isn't it, this game, towards the back end of legs.
Game
The
shot on the
Vargman
second
eventually
leg.
mops
Cedric
up the
Vargman.
80. He's level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on. $55. $45. $42.
It's fair to say this hasn't been a high-quality contest so far.
60.
But it's fair to say as well that maybe we expected this in regards to the standard and the level of which we've seen from the players so far. Maybe a little bit of nerves. A few missed opportunities.
45.
Because when you look at the table, this is position 5 and 6. Both players getting cut adrift and both players with a very hefty negative in the legs difference column.
$85.
Fives again. Fives the problem. Left. Drifting left and throwing low.
58.
That has been the MO of Conor Henahan.
$93. 57. Conor, you
He
require
sense this game needs a spark. And the big fish isn't going to be that for Conor Henahan. He is going to leave himself, though, on a 2-darter to put himself 2-1 to the good. Vargans has somehow found a second treble in there.
140.
And because it dangled like a loose tube, had to move across to avoid the bounce out. Oh, he must be so happy with that because the bullseye was completely
39.
blocked. But he bodges the dart at double 13.
96.
Double.
56.
Well, there's a few
Conor, you
times in this
require
game where that
26.
tops has clipped the wire for Cedric. But he's going to get 3 more of that target.
No score. Cedric, you require
Because
40.
Henahan, just like in his last game, 1 from 11 on his doubles. But so
30.
too is Cedric.
Conor, you require 26.
And
Game shot on
eventually
the third
Henahan
leg.
gets over
Conor
the line
Henahan.
of his 12th dart at a double. 2-1 he leads. Well,
Fourth leg.
that
It's Cedric to throw first.
tells the tale.
Game on.
And that is why these two are bottom of the group.
100.
Ironically, it was actually Hino's strength yesterday, 42% on the outer ring, but so
40.
far today has missed 20 darts at a double from 23 attempts. As for Cedric,
140.
yesterday he had 42 attempts at the outer ring. He hit just 8 of them. It was 19% overall.
57.
Look at the frustration now starting to kick in for Conor Henahan. This is where the attention needs to go from, I want to play well, I want to manage this game,
91.
to I've just got to get through this game and get the points somehow. That's where you need to start grinding.
36. Cedric, you require
Problems there, isn't it? You can't
170.
keep them straight.
$24.
Well, that's a perfect first start for Conor. Usually he's able to utilise it, but he's
100.
unable to there.
Cedric, you require
Cedric's got all the
146.
time he wants to level this match up. But this would be ironic, wouldn't it? Again, blighted by a
114.
plethora of missed doubles, and Vargans was a double 16 away from a 146.
87. Cedric, you require 32. Game shot on the fourth leg. Cedric Vargans.
Level match we have, 2-2.
Fifth leg. It's Conor to throw first. Game on. $58. $59.
And now the frustration really is beginning to boil over for Henahan. Do you get to a point where this
81.
continually happens on the stage and you just have enough? And how hard is it to then not try and combust and boil over?
Well, we're seeing that happen now, aren't we? With Henahan, he's fighting himself. He's not just playing Cedric, he's playing himself. And that's where it becomes really tricky.
96.
So hard to keep that composure when, certainly on a stage like this, when you've got the cameras there as well, because you do start to just
42.
get that you get almost like an embarrassed feeling because you're not producing what you know you're capable of. You know people are watching.
96.
You want to show what you can do.
$60. Connor, you require 170.
6 darts, a 3-2 lead. And there is the inherent treble 5. He's going to leave himself on 35, which perhaps isn't a surprise. He's left that so many times this week because of his slips to the left.
58. Connor, you require 35.
But it's just to put his nose back in front. Double 16.
3. Cedric,
Doesn't
you
go.
require 142.
But he is going to get more opportunities.
44. Connor, you require 32.
Shake of the head. It's almost a dart that sums his week up. He's got nothing to see of that. Maybe apart from a little portion of the bottom corner.
16. Cedric, you
That would
require
have been Dart of the
98.
Year contender had he have found that double 16. Oh, hold on. Double 12.
86. Connor, you require 16.
That was for a breaker throw. Henahan dodging a bullet.
But he
No
keeps
score.
firing blanks.
Cedric, you require 12.
And if this goes, Henahan inside will
Game shot on
spew.
the fifth leg. Cedric
Because
Vargans.
Cedric Vargans has absolutely no right to win that leg.
Sixth leg. It's Cedric to throw
Heno,
first.
2 from 20
Game on.
on the doubles in this match. And you could tell that is a man inside who is fighting against himself. He's trying to keep his cool.
82.
But inside, he must be raging.
$60. $100. $60.
When Connor's not careful, he could break Martijn Drack's record of most darts missed at a double in a game.
77.
29.
Well, he may not be in danger of that because he may not be getting many more darts at a double
95.
here because Cedric, with the advantage of throw, 40 points on the board plus what's in his hand. Henahan needs to find 2 big trebles or
100.
Cedric is going to get 6 darts here to get his second win on the Super Series stage.
60. Cedric, you require
Shake of the head.
142.
Will never be a waving of the white flag for Conor Henahan, but he will feel like this game is up. He's almost expecting Vargans, with the 6 darts he's
118.
got, to take it out and shake his hand of his opponent. And it mean that he'll be 2 points adrift at the bottom of the table. It's not too little, but it could be too late.
80.
Is it dead
Cedric,
cat, or
require
does it give him
24.
another glance of an opportunity? 1 left.
12.
Not found, and Henahan has an
you
opportunity to
require
take us all the
46.
way.
A little bit of noise, that little bit of moment caused by the big hit through. I know, big fish.
Game shot on the
That's a
sixth
big
leg.
hit.
Conor Henahan.
What a turnaround that is from Conor Henahan. Looked like he was completely out of the game. Looked like he was about to go
7th and
lose it.
final leg. It's Conor to throw first. Game on.
2 visits. And it all changes. He needs the 2 points though.
58. $140.
Well, that's how you start a last leg against throw. You've seen your opponent go off dry, and then you hit 2 trebles to put them right up against it.
60.
Back-to-back trebleless visits. Just 1 treble here for Cedric is all that's required to keep full control.
100.
And he extends his lead. 120 points after the opening 6. Henahan's going to need another match, you feel.
125.
Or this slip here from Cedric may
30.
just open up the door. And when it looked like the Belgian had full control of this last leg decider, the tables may have turned in the direction of the Irishman Conor Henahan, who's had a bit of a stroke of luck,
77.
but is unable to fully capitalise upon it.
You just feel like he's thinking about this. He's feeling this. He's feeling the pressure. He's had match darts. He wants more. But he didn't think about that, did he? Left himself 171.
$43.
Very edgy end to this game that's been a very edgy played match. Both players off the pace, but there are points to be had.
Conor, you require 138.
In a game like this, you tend to find it's the combination shots where you get more comfort.
He has had enough.
78. Cedric,
Henahan has left himself
72.
on a single to double. Is he going to get a go for the match? Cedric is going to get one himself at tops. And gets tops.
And the match, Cedric Vargans.
And Cedric Vargans seals a 4-3 win against Conor Henahan, who is a disconsolate figure on the stage and is the player now who is separated at the bottom of the group. It was not a classic. In fact, let's move on. I don't even want to see them stats. Haynes Long next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this Tuesday morning, and this is what we've watched. Before the break, Cedric Vargans got the better of Conor Henahan, but the big game possibly being match 5, where Johnny Haynes beat Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2. Haynes trailed 2-0, survived darts for a 3-0 deficit, reeled off 4 on the spin. And that means Andy Davidson, who beat Moreno Michels in the first game of the day, now is level on points with Johnny Haynes when he could have been 4 points in front of the group. So them two on 10, Jim Long and Moreno Michels on 8 points respectively. This group really is beginning to congeal as we head towards the halfway point. Round 8 is about to begin now, and it begins with a battle between Johnny Haynes and Jim Long. Now, if Johnny wins this match by any scoreline, he will temporarily go top of the group for the first time. Now, at the beginning of the day, they put Johnny Haynes as the 5th favourite to win Group A at 11-2. That was despite picking up 6 points, playing consistently well. It was everything that you expected from Johnny Haynes yesterday in terms of average and double stats. If he wins this game, he goes tops, and he goes top, shall I say, and he'll make that 11-2 look ridiculous.
It is a bit of a bonkers price, I think, in any group to have Johnny Haynes such an outsider, because he's always a live contender. He's always a danger.
To throw first. Game on.
But the danger here is he's got to start quicker. He has won his first 2 games, but he's gone 2-0 down in both of them. You feel you can't go down 2-0 against Jim Long and turn that one around, because Jim Long far too consistent to let you back in.
$60.
And today has been a much improved day for Jim Long. Won both his matches so far, playing more towards these sorts of levels that we've come to expect of the Canadian
55.
in recent times. And how many times do we sit in this commentary box and we look at a player like Jim that we think at the beginning of the week could be the player to beat, don't quite get off to a good first day, but then the response on day 2 is so good. I suppose you could say that's the difference between the good and the great.
100.
On the subject of great, that's what Johnny Haynes has been all day long. Both games averaging in excess of 90, 92 and 94 his averages. He's got to a quick start here, on throw, putting Jim Long under pressure straight away. 6 starts to take out the opening leg. He's left himself on a finish after 12. I suppose characteristic for Jim as well. It's taken him a leg to get into the scenes as we've seen elsewhere today. Double 18 would have given Haynes a start at double 16 to have won it in 15. But he is going to come back with time on his side to open up that 1-0 lead.
$43. Johnny, you require 48.
Double top.
Game shot on the
1-0
first leg.
Haynes.
Johnny Haynes.
Solid opening leg for the man from Swindon.
Second leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Well, we asked for a quicker start from Johnny Haynes in this, and he's delivered. This has been pretty much textbook so far today, hasn't it, from Johnny Haynes?
Interestingly, he's commuting up and back from Swindon this week. He's getting the first train out in the morning to get to Fratton train station and then getting the train back as soon as sessions are finishing.
108!
Decided that Swindon's close enough for him to spend time in his own bed at night, as opposed to the local B&Bs and hotels in and around Portsmouth.
65.
Well, it is a bit of a journey, actually, isn't it? It's a bit further away than I
60.
originally
Jimmy
thought.
require 116.
84 miles, the quickest route to Portsmouth from Swindon.
That was almost the route towards the 116 there for Jim. That would have been the first Tub Plus checkout of the day. We haven't seen one so far.
26. Jim, you require 40.
Looking to level up.
Game
Well,
shot.
this is what we see for Jim Long all day as well. A slow first leg, but a quick recovery. And back we are at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on. $140.
Yeah, interesting. Going by train means a couple of changes. Estimating around about 2 hours to get down to here, which anything normally over about 45 minutes, players would traditionally stay in the area. Remember Richie Howson, when he was playing at the Seniors World Championship, would stop in the hotel despite the fact that he lived minutes away from the venue just to get that vibe of being away and that feel of being away at a tournament.
60.
Well, put it this way. The first train from Swindon to Portsmouth is at 5:28 in the morning, and it gets to Portsmouth at 8 minutes past 8 in the morning.
140.
And the players have to be on site by about 8 o'clock, so he'll be on that 5:30 train. Very
100.
unusual
Jim, you
preparation.
require 81.
Well, this is a potential 11 dart leg for Jim Long, averaging in excess of a ton here. Double 12.
Game shot.
That is a 12 darter. That is a breaker throw for the Canadian, and he leads by 2 legs to 1. Really beginning to go through the gears here.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $100.
Mind you, didn't we see Callan Ridds at the World Championships a few years ago when he got to the quarterfinals, come up and back from Newcastle to London via a train?
Well, that'd be some commitment if he did, wouldn't it?
It's not a short or cheap journey from Newcastle to King's Cross, and I'll know. It's a good 100 quid or so, that. King's Cross to Newcastle.
Sure, if you're in the World Championship quarter-final, £100 not too much of a qualm.
135.
Put it on the expenses and send it back to the tax people. Great ton. Well carved ton from Jim. And he's carving open opportunities in this game. 12 down on the previous leg. He's continuing to power score to a degree which is forcing Johnny to continually finish his after 9 in legs like he's done here.
$105. Johnny, you require 129. $93. Jim, you require 96.
For 3-1, it's a 12 dart in the previous. Could be a 14 darter here. 15 will do. He's going to have to take it out because Haynes has left himself on double 18. And he's going to get a go at that target to level this
36.
contest up. Always splits. Always splits 10 double 4.
Jimmy requires 16.
Well, that could be the opportunity Johnny Haynes gets to get control back of this fixture. Jim Long to put himself a leg away.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jim Long.
He's clawing himself into contention here, and one of the things we haven't seen at the Super Series,
Johnny to throw first.
certainly when I've been down here the last couple of times, is a very tight group. We normally have one player that's sort of running away with things, but because we've got Cedric and Connor at the bottom end of the table really struggling to pick up wins, we're ending up now where we're getting a bit of a four-way chase here for the top position. The live in-play table, Andy Davidson, Jim Long and Johnny Haynes all on 10 points, with Moreno Michaels 2 points behind, and he plays Conor Henahan.
100.
We have a genuine chance that we could have, at the end of the next fixture, 4 players all on 10 points.
Somehow, the bookies of the 5-2 on Jim Long have got it so wrong, but could yet get it so right.
61. $81.
Well, Haynes has left himself in a handy position to get one back, looking to force Jim Long to serve this contest out.
44.
And it looks like that's going to be the case, because Jim Long maybe just hit a bit of a brick wall in this leg. Love another.
100.
Still leaves himself on a 2-darter after 12. Both players averaging in excess of 90 in this contest. Doubling been decent as well, particularly for Jim. But this is Johnny Haynes' opportunity to extend this game, and he has got so much time on his side. It's double 10.
60.
The doubling for Johnny, even though the scoring's been much better, hasn't been as sharp at times as it was on Monday.
Johnny required 20.
1 from 6 in this contest.
Game
Made that 2 from 7.
Johnny Haynes.
And he's forced Jim Long here to serve this game out. The Canadian has the darts in his hand to seal a 4-2 win, which will put him on to 10 points.
Game on.
And when he went 3-1 up, this will be the leg that he was eyeing up. This will be the one where he knew he could get the job done.
100.
Previous leg would have just been a bit of a bonus, a bit of a... If an opportunity presents itself, fine, but this will be the one.
50.
Johnny Haynes unable to recover the situation with the last dart, so not only now down by the advantage of throw, is now down by 50. Which means just one treble would be enough for Jim Long, but he can't find it.
Well, in this leg on throw, Jim Long has given Johnny Haynes just a couple of crumbs to find his way towards the final leg of the match, but he's been able to take advantage of those little microscopic opportunities that opened up. And now Jim looking to finish the punk off once and for all.
140.
And now he's going for the jugular.
140. 140.
Big response there, big darts from Johnny Haynes when he needed it the most. Gets himself down to the same sort of equation as Jim Long, despite the 10 points difference. It's just one treble for a dart at the double.
77.
And that double was double 12, and that
Johnny,
double wasn't too far away.
111.
And so Haynes needs something inspired to keep this contest going. But he's not going to find the 111. And so
55.
Jim Long,
Jimmy required 24.
to make it 3 wins from 3 at the beginning of the day, looking at double 12. And this will put him up to second place in the table.
Game shot and the match, Jim Long.
Well, at the beginning of the day, the bookmakers kept faith with Jim Long. And that was despite him being a long way off the top. Well, he's now level on points with Andy Davidson and Johnny Haynes. And he moves up to second position in the table, courtesy of his third win of the day, a 4-2 success against the previously unbeaten Johnny Haynes. Coming up next, Moreno Michels and Conor Henahan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jim Long got the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2. So for Jim, that's 3 wins from 3 at the beginning of the day, an 88.3 average, 4 from 9 in terms of the doubling. He's on to 10 points and into second place in the table, where 3 players tied at the top on 10. That can become 4 if Moreno Michels can get the better of Conor Henahan. It's our 8th match of the session, the middle match of this Tuesday here at the Super Series. And for Henahan, what looked like was going to be an improved day, particularly after the first match. He lost it to Jim Long, but there was enough to think that maybe he was trending in the right direction. He then put in statistically his worst ever performance here at the Super Series in a 4-3 defeat in a truncated affair against Cedric Vargans.
60.
The fear was there, wasn't it, in regards to Conor Henahan at the start of the day. Felt he had to start well in order to sort of rectify the wrongs of yesterday and get him feeling a little bit better about the game. But I think Moreno has been very, very solid throughout this campaign. He's looked very good, and I think on current form, on what we've seen so far, I think will probably be a bit of a play here in this one.
180. 100.
Odds compilers don't feel they can split them 5 to 6 apiece, despite the fact Moreno's got the throw, and despite the fact that Conor Henahan, as you've mentioned, statistically the worst performance that he has put here on the Super Series stage in his last game, and he's doubling 4 from 33 today. Only picked up the 1 win from his opening 7 fixtures. That came in fixture number 4.
81.
Maybe they're seeing something we're not.
140. Moreno, you require 135.
Kel's looking at 135. Trouble 20 leaves a block bullseye. Not to be. And that could be where Conor Henahan heads at the end of this visit. He's got an opportunity to take this opening leg against Fro. Treble 15 tops is another wayward one. He's recovered well with dart 2.
70.
But unable to fully rectify the situation. So double 18 here for Michels to take the opening leg. Double 16. Well, he salvaged that one. But there's been some real conspicuousy when it's come to the doubling today.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first.
It has not been comfortable at all, has it? And that's almost across the board.
85. 140. 180.
Well, something's awoken in Conor. Well, this has quite literally gone from the ridiculous to the sublime. There does seem to be a little bit of a tinkering in terms of some of the equipment. That stem, the yellow stem's different to what was being used previously.
140.
Sometimes just something looking different on the eye can make a bit of a difference as well.
Moreno, you require 81.
But despite the improved performance here for Conor Henahan, Moreno's got 2 darts for a 2-0 lead. That is solid, that is good. An 11 darter there for Moreno. And Conor Henahan is going to be feeling very, very negative right now. He'll be feeling, when I'm not playing well, I can't get the results. And when I do play well, people just do a little bit more.
You'll be as sick as a parrot with food poisoning right now, Conor Henahan.
$55.
Well, he's dragged his performance levels up as the Irishman, but so too is this man who himself. The truth's got to be said. He played poorly in his last game, Moreno. He got beaten 4-1 by Jim Long, and if the truth be told, never really made an imprint in that game. Both players are coming off the back of a poor performance, but both have been able to drag
135.
their levels up in this contest. It's been a good watch so far.
Like that from Moreno there, just taking a moment. The dart just flying out the hand, going very high, and rather than just getting on with it, just trying to reset, recompose.
137.
Just when Connor thought he might get an opening, Mikkels hits a max. It's a set-up turn that's going to have to be perfect, and then he's got a hope in the background.
60. Moreno, you require 104.
He scored, so it's double 12.
92.
And it would have been a unique way to have got the first Tub Plus checkout of the day. This could be the first Tub Plus checkout of the day. But he's not going to find the treble 18, Connor Henahan, which would have given him a dart at tops.
12.
And so Mikkels is back for 3-0. And double six is found.
Moreno Mikkels.
100.2 the average, 45 darts for 3 legs.
This is good. This is confident. This is solid. And you've got to feel a little bit here for Connor Henahan. Averaging 99. He's been over 100 for the majority of the game.
20.
And that is not touching the fascia of the board. So, essentially, a bounce out with the last dart there. Henahan stepped it up massively. Found
140.
about 31 points on his average for the majority of this game, and he's still without a leg.
So you're saying it wasn't in?
140. 85. 43.
This is where it's just starting to unravel a little bit for Connor Henahan, who's played well, he's hit hard, but he's been hit back even harder.
41.
Well, Mikkels isn't quivering here, is he? Henahan's head, it looks like it's in Mars at this present moment in time.
I think he even said left there, which is the thing that we've been noting throughout this campaign. He's looking at the dart, he's looking at the grip, he's trying to figure out if there's anything he can do, but there might be nothing you can do about this one now, because this is completely in the hands of Moreno Michaels.
Haven't seen a Tub Plus Tub Plus average so far this week. 100.47 the current average of Moreno Mikkels. It's been the perennial performance 95. So far in this Group A. His powers of recovery have been strong, following a 4-1 defeat to Jim Long in his previous match, but he's going to need time to see 71. Through Connor Henahan, and he just hopes that Heno hasn't got a hero shot in him. He hasn't. And so Mikkels returns for double 12 to complete a 4-0 success. 24. Double 6 was at 1 in the last leg, and that's the double that wins him this match. Moreno Mikkels with the best performance of the week so far. 96-97 the average in a 4-0 dismantling of Connor Henahan, who played so much better than he did in his last game. But that 91 average was effectively a scoring average because he got 1 dart and a double in the whole game. Mikkels 4, Henahan 0, Vargans Davidson after the break. And with 4 players tied at the top on 10 points, this is a huge game for the Scot.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180. Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night so far. It's quite some going. 26 180s in total last night, I think. I get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Bennett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Bennett a little bit later because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Richie didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Bennett hits a 9 darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny require
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Showing the match. Danny
It's incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan defeating Ivanbode at 6-5 as
59.
Henahan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. Won in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This will be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can he require 141? Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Henahan.
Conor Henahan
Winning the match with the magical 9 darts.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the break. Marina Mikkels beat Conor Henahan by 4 legs to 0. It means that 4 players are tied on 10 points at the top of the group. Andy Davidson looked like he had control of proceedings, but he lost his previous match to Johnny Haynes despite having darts to lead by 3 legs to 0. If he loses this one, then his authority will have waned away. But if he wins this, then he does re-establish a 2-point gap at the top of the group. And he takes on Cedric Vargans here, who has picked up just 2 wins so far from his campaign here at the Super Series, looking to make it 3, and it'd be by far his biggest win that he's ascertained under this roof. But for Andy, he would have felt like a big opportunity slip there in that previous match against Johnny Haynes.
But there's an opportunity on the horizon, as there is in darts these days. When one door closes, another one opens, and he looks ahead to his next couple of fixtures, and he's going to be playing those players in position 5 and 6 who have only got 6 points between them.
First leg, it's Cedric to throw first.
Taking on here, and
Game on.
Conor Henahan, who will be taking on in his next game. The one disadvantage, though, is he will not have the darts in either game, but on what we've seen so far, I don't think he'd need them.
121.
If you could handpick the 2 games that you could play against the darts, because you know you have to play 2 against the darts.
85.
Without disrespect, he probably would have picked these 2.
Well, that's statistically backed up, isn't it? And it's backed up as well in the
43.
league table. But with that as well, just becomes that little
96.
bit of, I have to win these. They become more important. You don't want to make that slip. You don't want to let the opportunity pass you by and then have
55.
to win against your rivals. Which the last game for Andy Davidson today would be against Jim Long, who at the moment is the closest to him.
100.
Well, you almost enter that mentality of these should be automatic points. It don't always work out that way, but these should be the points you pick up because everybody else is
85.
against these players. And if you do, you've almost lost 2 points in comparison to the rest of the field.
60.
Davidson first to a finish against the throw.
97.
But he's not on the more
Andy, you
makeable
require
one.
160.
160 does it go. Vargans is going to get a look in at
60.
this tub.
You require 100.
And whatever happens, Dart 2 is going to be at tops. And it could be on the back of a ton plus checkout.
60. And you require
Well,
100.
he's pretty much shown Andy Davidson the way. Tops. There's the first. There's the second. And that is the first ton plus checkout of the day. Respected by Cedric Vargans. Executed brilliantly by Andy Davidson.
We do look ahead to the rest of the week and the groups that are coming up. Group C and Group B. We've got some quality players joining us on Thursday and Friday. As we always do as we get to the back end of a series.
140.
Last opportunities for players to book a chance in 2024 to go to Champions
99.
Week. That Group B, though, Derek Colson, a man who's been successful here at the Super Series and on the Seniors Tour. The favourite before a dart was thrown, James Wilson. And Chaz
59.
Barstow. That is quite some lineup for the Group B.
What did you make of James
59.
Wilson being favourite for the week? Because we haven't seen too much of him here.
Surprising. I mean, the player we're watching here is the guy I thought would be the favourite this week, and that's Andy Davidson.
75.
I was very, very surprised to see 9-1. I think there'll probably be people out there think Chaz Barstow is going to be. What about in Group C? Darren Johnson, someone who's been putting some good performances in as of late. One of the Senior Tour players. I'm sure he will be favoured, certainly in the Yorkshire
90.
region, where they
And
know what he's capable of.
148.
Young Tavis as well. He's going to be
78.
an interesting prospect.
Cedric, you require 137.
Always been a good player, but this year has really improved.
57.
Development Tour winner
Andy, you
this
require
year.
7.
Davidson looking at 70 for a 2-0 lead. One dart in his hand at double
38.
16 and one dart at double
Cedric, you
16, which has been
require
spurred.
8.
This is awkward because his darts stand up. That flight's in the way.
60.
That
Andy,
was
you
almost a
require
dart on
32.
field rather than a dart that he could see fully.
Game shot on a
Cushion
second
that
leg.
in off the
Andy
barrel and
Davidson.
2-0 Davidson leads. Did Cedric offer a
leg
fist
is
bump that
Cedric to throw
Davidson
first.
accidentally ignored?
Game on.
Did he do it on purpose or did he see it too
45.
late? Conspiracy theories begin.
Come on, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
$123.
Do like a good conspiracy theory.
125.
I can see you on the unexplained.
60.
Oh, that's a good dart.
100.
Expected to see a 140 there from Andy Davidson, the way he was building on top.
108.
Gets himself back into the leg.
And you require
The
136.
leg in which he thrown first needed the maximum.
90. Cedric, you require 93.
For as much as he's being outscored in this game, Cedric, he's posing a lot of questions of Andy Davidson. He's not letting it have it his own way, even if Andy builds a 3-0 lead. He's been made to
61.
work for it.
Andy, you require 46.
But he's now in situ, double 16,
Game shot on
full
the third
T
leg.
darter.
Andy Davidson.
Davidson 3-0 up. He's got the double break and in 5.5 minutes has the
Fourth
darts
leg.
in his
It's
hand
Andy
to
to throw
complete what would
first.
be a rout.
Game on.
And that first dart, when it hits like that, it should hit so
100.
good, and that's why he's disappointed it's only a ton.
Didn't manage to use the dart. Cedric is...
140.
One of the things he's not been shy of is the 180s. He hit 5 yesterday. He's already hit 3 today.
84.
But he may need a few more here if he's going to get opportunities against Andy Davidson.
140.
Bit of extra speed in the arm there, working wonders for Cedric.
177.
Cedric must have thought, I'm going to get an opening here. I'm going to get an opening here against the throw. And then Davidson hits a maximum score to leave himself on a finish. But Vargans left himself on 81 after 9 against the throw. And he is going to get a look in. This has been a real good contest.
You require 81.
Real good match. But if Vargans cannot take out this double 13, the game could be over.
55. Andy, you require 80.
One dart at double top is
Game
all
shot and the
Davidson
match,
needs.
Andy Davidson.
That was a destructive display from the Scot. A 4-0 victory against Cedric Vargans. And just when the question was being posed about his position at the top of the table, he has answered it emphatically. He's back to the top of the table, and perhaps just as importantly, he has opened up a big gap in terms of the legs difference. 89.73 the average, 4th and 6th on the doubles. That was tidy from Davidson. Coming up after the break, Morena Michels and Johnny Haynes. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds worth of play on this Tuesday afternoon. And this is what we have watched. Before the break, we saw Andy Davidson demolish Cedric Vargans by 4 legs to 0. We also saw a 4-0 win for Morena Michels against Connor Henahan, and Jim Long beat Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2. And this is how the league table looks going into the penultimate round of fixtures for the day. Andy Davidson, as we established, a 2-point gap at the top of the table. Jim Long and Johnny Haynes, alongside Morena Michels, they are all on 10, and there is a chasm between 4th and the bottom 2 spots in the table. To the beginning of round 4 then, and it sees Morena Michels and Johnny Haynes go toe-to-toe. The winner of this match will move on to 12 points level with Andy Davidson at the top of the group, and will move up to provisional P2 ahead of Jim Long's game against Cedric Vargans. For Moreno, he was magical in his game against Connor Henahan. Average just under 97, 50% on the doubles. Henahan himself averaged 91, but that was pretty much a scoring average because he only got one dart and a double in that contest. For Johnny, well, he's averaged in and around and just above 90 in every single game he played so far today. He was the king of the comeback in his first two, trailing 2-0 to Cedric Vargans and Andy Davidson to then win 4-2. But he was on the wrong end of that particular scoreline last time out
82
against Jim Long. Interesting one. If you actually look at the way both players have played today, on paper, this feels too tight to call.
59.
Absolutely. When we look across a larger sample of games, and you know, Johnny Haynes, even in defeat, was averaging around about the 90, but the way in which Moreno played in that last game cannot be ignored. 96.97, the best winning performance we've seen up until now from any player, and a good dismantling job there over Conor Henahan. But I do feel the rhythm is going to be perfect for both players here. They both sort of throw one dart by the time the other player gets to the back of the stage, which is allowing you to just cycle round into a good flow.
83. $140.
Great start for Michels. Leaves himself on a manageable 2-darter after 12. Haynes in the background.
139.
To leave himself on a finish.
Moreno, you require 80.
But he's going to get a look in. That's a 14 dart leg for Moreno Michels. That was something he was doing oh so often yesterday. Legs like that, legs like 15s. It just continually makes the opponents play well to get a look in against him.
This is two players that are in that battle for the top place at the moment. We saw before this cycle of fixtures began that everyone was in and around that 10 points.
140.
This is two players that are on the 10, so something's got to give. There's going to be a gap start to appear.
6.
Moreno, the big 180 hitter of the week so far. He hit 9 yesterday. He's already got 3 today.
81. $60.
Well, he's had a couple of 60s like that, which you'd call a decent 60. He was in and around the job, but he just couldn't find one in there. And it's just opened up the door a little bit here for Moreno to get the break of throw, which would give him a 2-0 lead in the contest. But he's unable to utilise the little door that was ajar for him.
100.
Haynes with the quintessential leg. 101 after 12.
58. Johnny, you require 101.
Will feel like he's got 6. Job 19 would have afforded him a dart at double 12.
57. Moreno, you require
this
167.
would be the biggest finish we've seen so far this week. Trouble 19. Bullseye. Bingo!
Game shot on the second
Beautiful.
leg. Moreno Michels.
Magical for Moreno Michels. The 167 goes. It's the biggest finish we've seen so far this week. It's respected by Johnny Haynes, who was sitting in the background hoping to get an opportunity to level up. He's been broken. He's 2-0 behind. However, he has come back from this scoreline on 2 occasions today.
121. $121.
And you often get drawn in by the big finish, the 167 draw in the eye, but the most important thing there is that break of throw.
140.
Moreno gaining control of the game, giving himself a cushion, because now Haynes has to break twice.
60.
And they're the legs that sting, because Johnny felt probably in full control of it. And then Moreno, with that one fell swoop, has nicked it from the palm of his hands.
100.
That's the darting equivalent of buying chips on the seafront and then a
140.
seagull swooping it away from
Johnny,
you.
you require 140.
Ainsley's tops
Rainer,
after
you
12.
require 96.
But he could have his pocket pinched again here. It's a great guide for the treble. Can't find it. Haynes hasn't had an
56.
opportunity at a double so
Johnny,
far in this game. He's going to get his first hit. The old
Yeah,
double
so on
one,
the
double
third
19.
leg,
He had a
Johnny
weird one
Haynes.
yesterday, didn't he? Where he went double 6, double 1. But either which
Fourth
way, it's a
flag,
14
it's Johnny
darters
to
back
throw
to 2-1.
first.
And this has been a real
Game on.
high-quality contest so far. Moreno averaging just a shade under a ton. 2 from 2 on the doubles. Haynes, 95.05. Well, at least it was before that turn. And it was interesting that when we spoke to Andy Davidson this morning in that interview, that he said just across the board it didn't quite feel right yesterday.
100.
And that he almost expected the standard to really rise once everybody kind of settled in and everything became established. And that is exactly what we've seen so far today.
I'm not surprised. When we saw this group, we said, oh, that's going to be competitive. And the players will recognise that as well. And when you do recognise those sort of things, you tend to overestimate or over-expect from a situation. And with that,
145.
just try a little bit too hard at times. Today, it's playing with a little bit more rhythm, a little bit more freedom, a little bit more flow.
$120.
Well, that was
Rainer,
beautiful
you
from
require
Haynes.
106.
Mikkels has already had the 167 in this game. He's not going to take out the 160.
100. Johnny, you require 115.
$25. Bull tops
100. Rainer, you require
was what Haynes
60.
was looking at there. But Mikkels is looking at the 3-1 lead and the break.
Game shot
And that's
on
a
the fourth
14
leg,
darter of
Moreno
his own.
Mikkels.
His average now, 101.5 and 3 from 3 on the doubles. This is superb for Moreno.
Fifth flag, it's Moreno to throw first.
Since
Game
that
on.
defeat to Jim Long, he has been a different man. Averaged 96 against Connor Henahan.
100.
And now averaging in excess of a ton against Johnny Haynes.
I said yesterday that I feel like Moreno's playing some of the best darts I've seen from him on a consistent basis across yesterday's play. Today, stepped it up again.
95.
There's a possibility this could be one of those groups that goes down to the head-to-head between the two players because there'll be a high expectation that Andy Davidson could complete the card from this point onwards. Moreno Mikkels should complete the card or possibly complete the card from this point onwards. But he'll find himself behind because of his personal head-to-head against
59.
Andy Davidson. And we have seen it so often here where you have two players who have dominated the rest of the proceedings, but it goes down to how they fared against one another.
And that slip for Johnny Haynes may be one of the final nails in the coffin for him.
100.
Because it's given time. He needs a max. Anything less than a maximum here for Johnny Haynes, and Moreno is guaranteed 6.
100.
That is a touch of class, a touch of quality there
Rainer, you require
from Johnny Haynes to keep
147.
himself in the game.
Pose the question, and Mikkels could have taken out the 147.
93. Johnny, you
But
require
now he's got to be perfect again.
137.
Tops was what he was looking at, unable to get. And so Moreno Mikkels
57.
returns to
Rainer, you
54
require
to
54.
seal a 4-1 win. But he's missed the big number. He's going to have to spurn one. He's only going to get one in his hand at tops.
14.
And he cannot
Johnny,
find.
you require 8.
And so Johnny Haynes has a route back into this match. It's 2 in hand at double 10. And it is for a break of throw.
60.
They both hog the wire, but
Moreno,
neither can find a way
40.
in. For 12 points.
Game shot and the match, Moreno Michels.
Moreno Michels with another magical performance. Back-to-back averages of 96. He is posing real questions of Andy Davidson and his air of authority at the top of the group. Johnny Haynes averaged just under 92. He tried to force a comeback, but it was the quick-fire start of Moreno Michels and that 1-6-7 which built a 2-0 lead for him, which just seemed to be too much in the end. Once the Dutchman broke his stride, it was hard for him to then be caught. Coming up after the break, it's Jim Long up against Cedric Vargans.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
And this is where... Hang on, wow. John the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening encounter. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a key favourite from this moment.
Oh,
hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around. He gives
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very, very good.
the Bradley Brooks show.
No one aiming, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Tops for a breaker throw. Tops the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Moreno Michels racked up a 4-1 win against Johnny Haynes, averaging in excess of 96 at a 167 checkout as well. Absolutely superb. So he gets over the line there against Johnny Haynes in that match. Next up for us, it's Jim Long up against Cedric Vargans. It's the 11th game of our day. Really are racking through the matches on this Tuesday here at the Super Series. We expected a quick fire tempo, and that's exactly what we're getting. For Jim Long, if he wins this game, then he'll be 4 wins from 4 on this Tuesday, and he'll take on Andy Davidson in the final match of the session to complete the card.
First leg,
As for
it's Jim to
Cedric,
throw first.
his solitary win so
Game
far
on.
today came in a low-key encounter against Connor Henahan. If you put 2 and 2 together, you would say that Jim Long should win this match. But there has been some signs of encouragement, particularly in that last game. He averaged 89 against Andy Davidson. But Jim Long looks as if he's carrying on where he left off.
45.
Just enjoying watching that little commercial break there, reminding us of the influencers events we've seen in the past. Angry Ginge picking up the last one, Charlie Murphy picking up the first, and we do have another one of those influencers events coming up on the horizon, don't we?
41.
December the 1st.
Yeah, an influencers event which Glenn Dummett's going to be playing in. And so you know what that means. The influencers are going to have a higher average than Glenn Dummett. It's going to be a first in influencers darts history that the influencer is going to have a higher average than the professional player.
Well, I've been checking out Charlie Murphy. I've been watching him. He's been practicing every night. Been putting in some good performances. And we know Darts are far a bit of a player himself, so could be very competitive. Darts are fun. Probably a player who could maybe mix it up in a Group C here at the Super Series. Jack Mate going to be in the lineup for the first time as well. It's going to be a good show. Sunday, the 1st of December.
This has been a good start for Jim Long.
No score.
Hasn't finished off the leg here, but he's under no pressure to. Cedric has stumbled out the traps.
75.
But it's going to be pressure now.
40. Game shot on the first leg, Jim Long.
Jim Long 1 up. Is this just Cedric C? I think he's just a really nice
Second
chap.
leg, it's Cedric
He
to throw
enjoys
first.
watching good darts.
Game on.
He appreciates good darts. The only problem is it's all been against him.
78.
Well, if he likes watching good darts, he's in the right place because he's got a full week here at the Super Series. I mean, one thing we can pretty much say for sure now, if he loses this game, he's going to be in a Group C campaign because he will be 8 points away from being in a Group B place. And, well, time is running out in regards to the amount of fixtures he has left.
5.
And when we look at that Group C, Darren Johnson. Now, the ADC qualifier
57.
in here. I've heard good things about this lad. And I hear a lot of positive comments.
100.
And I've seen a lot of positive comments, even in the chat on YouTube, on social media, on at MSS Darts, through our Twitter. Every time we've put this lineup out, people are commenting,
30.
saying that this lad can play.
Also, they're all in their Spivey Man pyjamas. Yeah, looking forward to seeing Sam in action. As to Darren Johnson. Good story behind his nickname.
Who, Darren Johnson?
Yeah. His nickname's DJ because his first name's Darren and his last name's Johnson.
60.
Not because he plays music for a living.
That's exactly what the man himself said. And Tavis Dudney as well in Group C.
140.
Looking forward to seeing him as well. I think this can be a really intriguing Group C.
Yeah, long overdue debut, I'd say, for Tavis.
58. Cedric, you require 152.
Cedric looking at 152. It's not going to go this time, and so long 116 to double his advantage and
58.
get the break of
Jimmy
throw.
require 116.
Well, Dart 2 is always tricky after Dart 1.
56. Cedric,
Left
you
himself in a
require
handy
94.
position. Now he has to hope Vargans misses. Tops.
Game shot on
1-1.
his second leg, Cedric Wagamans. Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Level we are. What a piece.
85. $22. 60.
Seems to be an element as we get to see Cedric more and more, though. It's a bit all or nothing, isn't it, at times? Just doesn't have that sort of consistency, that sort of gel between his shots.
78.
Jim Long's doing bits. It's not been spectacular, but he's just doing enough to keep his neck above water in this contest. He must almost feel like it's one of those games where he's got so much control of it that he doesn't even have to get out of fifth gear to get out of it what he needs to.
96. $59. $96.
Plenty of time on the side here for Jim Long. It's one of those nothing legs, isn't it, for Cedric? He's yet to find a treble.
45. Jimmy require 86.
Big distance between the two. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye. Doesn't need to go for the bullseye. Double 16.
Game
And
shot
Jim
of
Long
third
opens up a
leg, Jim
2-1
Long.
lead. Doing what he needs to do and plotting his own path in this game.
Fourth flag, it's Cedric to throw first. Game on.
And as far as the live in-play table goes, has just jumped up to position 2.
108!
All or nothing we used to describe Cedric a moment ago, and he just had a leg of which he didn't find a single treble 20, and now every single dart in this leg so far has gone in the treble 20.
43.
Patterns are emerging, but it's a pattern of inconsistency.
41.
Well, this has been a strange game. Where weird things are happening.
36.
And sadly, it's Jim Long's turn to go off the boil.
60.
Very well supported player, Cedric. Not surprised coming from Belgium. Very, very passionate about their darts over in Belgium right now.
133.
Real emerging nation. They now have European tours and the PDC starting to set up base in Belgium, just like it has in years gone by in regards to Holland and Germany. Belgium certainly the next one on the radar. I'd say the level of interest is very much the same now as what we have in Germany, if not more than.
80.
Dart shops in every town. Local opens with hundreds, if not thousands, of players.
Game shot on the fourth flag, Cedric Wageman.
And this is one of those premium players from Belgium, showing some premium darts.
Fifth flag, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Well, we've often had discussions about if we were to take the Super Series out on tour and we were to take it outside of the UK, where would be one of the best places to take it for a guest week or something like that? And Belgium would be high up on the list.
And I would certainly be putting America or Canada or a combination of the two on that list as well.
Do you reckon the bosses would let us have a week in Las Vegas for the Super Series?
I can't see that catching on, to be honest.
$85.
I'm sure that'd be an interesting experience. I know it's something a lot of people have said. Is the Super Series heading out on tour at some point?
96.
Well, this is a prospect which constantly evolves. This game constantly evolving.
You're just angling for a free holiday, aren't you?
Yes, yes I am, yes.
140.
Shall we do the next specials week in Tenerife or something?
$125.
Cedric
you
looking at
require
136.
136.
Well, that last start of Jim Long was
83.
huge, just like the last
Jim,
start there of Cedric.
85.
Jim Long will be expecting to get at least a dart at the bullseye here, but he'll be wanting something a little bit better. It is the ball. And it goes.
Shot on the fifth leg, Jim Long.
Both players last start in hand. Big moments there in regards to getting control of this game.
Sixth leg, it's
And
Cedric
now
to
you can
throw
tell that the
first.
players are more
Game on.
engaged in the action because no fist bump there, no engagement, no eye contact.
43.
At this point of the game, in the heat of the battle, it's eyes to the floor and game on.
That felt like a humongous passage in play. Because if Jim Long was broken there, Cedric would have had the darts to have completed a win,
97.
which would have knocked Long off course.
And this game means a lot more to Jim Long than it does to Cedric. That's the other thing to remember at this point of the day,
140.
at this point of the tournament, at this point of the group. Not every game means the same to every player. Cedric's just looking for wins. He's looking for some confidence. He's looking for some belief. He's probably not going to even get into
121.
Group B. His fate's pretty much sealed. He's looking like he's going to be in a Group C campaign. Whereas
100.
Jim Long, on the other hand, can win this group. He can take the biggest paycheck in regards to group darts. He can have the 2 days off to go enjoy the sights of Portsmouth. And he can guarantee that he'll be here on
140.
Saturday night playing for one of the final 2 tickets in Champions Week.
$140. Jim, you require 143.
143 for the match. And to put himself on to 12 points in the group. Not going to be on this particular occasion. Cedric will return for 78 to give us a level game and to give us a last leg decide. In fact, so far
Cedric, you
today,
require
it's
78.
only been one game that's gone 4-3. So we're overdue another last leg decider, and we're going to
Edge on
get
the
another
sick
last
leg,
leg
Cedric
decider.
Vargans.
It's a 14 darter. It's a level game. Long free,
Seven from final
Wagamans
leg.
free.
It's Jim to
And have a
throw
look at them
first.
double stats.
Game on.
Cedric with 3 opportunities at a checkout, and he has taken every single one of them.
And let's not undersell that. They are combination finishes. 1 dart in hand at the 94, 1 at the 80, 1 there at the 78.
125.
That will be noted by Jim Long, who's the only player so far to not beat Cedric. And maybe that's what we're seeing here, a little bit of confidence in
95.
Cedric in the fact that he's got that winning experience. One thing we know is Jim Long will be poker-faced as
45.
always. He will give away no signs of the stress that maybe he's feeling underneath the surface.
95. $140.
Well, that 140 puts Jim Long in a very strong position. He just hopes that Cedric hasn't got another one of his maxis up his sleeve.
100.
And so the Canadian had 6 starts here from 191 to win this match.
55. $55. Jim, you require 136.
For the match, and it would be a blockbuster way to win it. But he's not going to take out the 136. And Cedric has already beaten Jim this week. Could round off a second consecutive win against the Canadian if he can hit a 156. Not to be, and so Jim Long will return for this 78 to round this match off.
78.
$74 men in treble 14, double 16. So has to go treble 20 to leave himself a darter double 7.
Cedric, you require 96.
The combination finishing has been the strength. Can he do it one more time?
4 out of 4 on the doubles. He almost apologises to Jim Long, but Cedric did what he needed to do. He has beaten Jim Long 4-3. That was a message to someone, but he sent out a message to the rest of the group to say, I am still here and I am still swinging. And he is on to 6 points, and he's kept Jim Long at bay. All the advances that he's made in this Group A have pretty much been swallowed up in one fell swoop. Vargans wins 4-3. Next up is Henahan up against Davidson.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. In the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Cedric Vargans got the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 3, averaging just under 86. 4 for 4 on the doubles. It was a game that, in terms of the scoring exchanges, Jim Long dominated, but a game he didn't win. And so that now gives a little bit more leeway to this man in your picture, Andy Davidson, who takes on Conor Henahan in the final match from the 4th round of fixtures. A win here for the Scot. We're moving 2 points clear of Moreno Michels, ahead of a game against Jim Long at the end of the session. For Conor Henahan, today's just been up and down. Hasn't picked up a win so far today, but the average has been 88, 69 and 91. You don't quite know where he is pitching his tent right now.
55.
Well, anyone who's been watching the play and watching Davidson over the last couple of days and been watching how much Conor Henahan's been struggling would think the 4 to 6 available on Andy Davidson is a massive value play. Conor Henahan really been struggling in regards to keeping the darts straight. A lot been going to the left. He's been missing the doubles. He's been getting frustrated, where Davidson has been getting more and more like the player we expect to see. The player that's developing, the player that's growing, the player that's picking up titles. A man that's won on that stage before.
58.
A player who now holds 2 WDF titles, one in Wales and one in Malta. Although I say one in Wales,
134.
I do mean Weston-super-Mare, which is not quite the most Welsh town, you know.
Who did he beat in that final?
140. And
I was very surprised, actually. Beat an absolute quality player, like legend of the game.
92.
Sort of been a pro for many, many years.
148.
Gobsmacked.
Well, Davidson here is left tops after 12 for the breaker throw in the opening leg. Double 10. Can he clever across? Yes, he can.
On the first leg,
Davidson, what up? Break in situ.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Well, I was mentioning Cedric Vargans is pretty much going to be in Group C. He can still get himself out of that position into a Group B race, but I think Conor Henahan, we can be certain of his fate in regards to where he's going to be going after a Group A campaign.
59.
We have seen it before with players who've got quality like Conor Henahan has, where they struggle in a Group A campaign, and then we see the better from them at the back end of the week. That's going to be the story that Conor Henahan's going to want to rewrite with his name on the front cover.
134.
Well, things have gone that bad for Conor. He's thankful there's not a Group D here.
135.
Well, he'll be probably quite thankful that my suggestion for the Super Series has until now been rejected, which is I would like to see the player bottom of Group A relegated and not put into
90.
a Group B or C.
And you require 46.
Well, Davidson here averaging 119.5. It's an 11 darter.
Second leg, Andy Davidson.
This is crazy. 115.62. 26 starts for the first 2 legs. Davidson is running at his red-hot best.
Game on. 40.
You're here most weeks, aren't you, Henry? You've seen pretty much everything at the Super Series. If you was to make one change to the Super Series, what do you think you'd go with? I think Chris Mason said he'd like an extended format for the final, didn't he?
For a Champions Week, yes. I think for Regulation Week, I think it works okay. But I think for a Champions
58.
Week, I tell you what, I'm really intrigued to see how this Global Championship final day pans out. Because I think if that pans out well, I think it's got scope for how Champions Night could look in the future.
Okay, great answer, but not to the question I asked.
I would change the format to Champions Night. So, best of 7 throughout the whole series.
59.
I'm happy with that. On the finals night, on a normal Saturday, yes. Best of 7 for the groups on a Champions League. But Champions Night, I'd go best of 7 for the group. Then extend the format for the semi-finals.
95.
Well, I'd go best of 11 for the semi-finals and the final.
125.
Let us know yours at MSS Darts. Facebook, Instagram, or X.
95.
Still feels weird not saying Twitter.
We'll have to add a Blue Sky account soon.
105. Connor, you require 170.
Is it fish time? No. Not to be. So Davidson is still running at around
59.
about 102
Andy
average.
require
Got
97.
an opportunity here to open up a free zip lead. And he's going to get a dart at double 12. Quick fire
Andy Davidson.
from Andy Davidson. So quick we couldn't even get to the camera in time. Davidson free up. He's got the double break.
Fourth leg. It's Andy to throw
And he
first.
has the darts for a 4-0 win.
on.
Now, I will tell you this. It's 4 minutes 44 seconds. If Davidson can get this
99.
done in 4 visits, quickest game could be in threat here.
60.
5 minutes, 43 seconds is the record. It's not going to be done now, but
58.
it was under severe threat if Davidson went a bit crackers.
$40.
Conor Henahan just cannot land the glove here.
59.
Average of just 71.88. That is not going to worry a player like Andy Davidson when he's playing as well as this.
The only person that's getting worried about his performances is himself.
93. $96.
He's having a chat to himself
92.
whilst he's throwing the darts. That is how disgusted he is.
40.
That was a bit whiffy.
You do get into this moment, though, when everything's coming a little bit too easy for you, that you can just sort of... You take the foot off the
84,
gas,
and you
but you're
require
trying to
149.
push. You're trying to get the job done quickly.
60. Conor, you require 132.
Well, to get one back on the board. Another. Double 16 for the bull.
96.
And if that came off, it would have been one of the best shots you've ever
89.
seen here. But this could be the match scene off.
Game shot.
And Andy Davidson
Andy
does seal a
Davidson.
4-0 success against Conor Henahan. He got off to a rampaging start. 14 followed by an 11. Conor Henahan tried to give us a bit of showbiz, but that man there means business. 92.5 average, 4 from 7 on the doubles. Coming up next, Vargans Mels.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen! Shot and a Modus Super Series Week 9 champion.
Double 19.
John
perfect line
Fifley.
dart, and he's been
Double
threatening all
Pilgrim.
day.
Game's on.
Hair-raising stuff.
And he's done it. And it wins the week.
Marvin.
The ADC Global Championship kicks off on December the 9th. It's going to be a magnificent way to round off an incredible year here at the Super Series. There's the list of players week 1. Sees the likes of Thomas Banks, Brian O'Man, Andy Bolton, Sebastian Białecki, Gemma Hayter, Darryl Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks, Bradley Roos, Adam Litz and Conor Henahan in action. We've got a mixture of players who are across the globe in week 2. Johan Geldenhuys and James Bailey, Oceanic and South Africa qualifiers, Vicky Puin from Sweden, the reigning Super Series champion Marvin van Velzen's in there as well. Should be good fun. Do join us for it. 2 weeks worth of tungsten action and tungsten tension from the Global Championship, which kicks off in a few weeks' time. But back to the business here at the Super Series. And this is how the table looks going into the final round of matches. Andy Davidson beat Conor Henahan by 4-0 before the break. He's on 14 points in the league table. He's 2 clear. Moreno Michels, Jim Long and Johnny Haynes are both on 10 points respectively. Well, let's get into the final round, shall we? And we kickstart with Cedric Vargans up against Moreno Michels. Now, Moreno, over the last couple of games, has been tremendous. Back-to-back averages of 96. His doubling as well has been delightful. 4 from 8 from 4 from 5, respectively, in wins against Conor Henahan and Cedric Vargans. In fact, he's dropped just the solitary leg in both of those matches. He's running red hot, but Cedric also beat Jim Long in his last match, so he would have drawn confidence from that. And he was 4 from 4 on his doubles in that particular encounter.
Game on.
But Moreno looks like he's going through the gears here.
4 from 4 on the doubles, and they're all combinations. The lowest one being 78. A really good clinic of finishing from Cedric Vargans in the last game. But as you mentioned, Moreno Michaels' last 2 games, 96 average and looking so solid and so composed. And we are getting to that point now, though, where you look at the table. The table has shaped. The table has formed. Andy Davidson top on 14. If Moreno is not able to pick up the victory here,
100.
he could end up finding himself in a spot of bother going into tomorrow. Because Andy Davidson would have a game in the last fixture of the day against Jim Long,
60.
where he could extend to 4 points. So a little bit of weight on the shoulders of Moreno going into this one.
41.
And for Cedric today, it has all been a little bit all or nothing. He's hit a lot of 180s, but he's also hit a lot of mid-range and low-range scores.
140.
But you just wonder what that confidence of that win against Jim will do for him.
100.
Just make him begin to believe again.
$85. Cedric, you require 120.
20 for tops. Not to be. And so Mikel's looking at the 116 to
Rainer, you require
get the break in this opening leg. Well, this is awkward and he's unable to get.
60. Cedric, you require 60.
Tops are now double 10 for 1-0.
40.
Not to be
Moreno,
for
you
Cedric.
require
And so
56.
Moreno will return for 56 for that break. He needs it at some point in the contest.
Game shot on the
So why
first
not
leg.
pick it
Moreno
apart right at the
Mikel.
very beginning of it?
Second leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Oh, this could be problematic for Cedric because Mikel's took the first leg, not playing at his best, and now he's kicked off with a max.
This is just so good for Moreno. Been
85.
really impressed. Consistency,
60.
I think, is the word you can use to describe Moreno Michels at the moment. And reliable.
85. $60. 45. 41.
First slip for Moreno, but the damage appears to already be done.
83. Moreno, you require 160.
Moreno looking at 160 here. Not to go this time, but he does have 6 darts from this particular juncture to open up a 2-0 lead.
65. Moreno, you require 60.
Slip. However, it does make the bed more open for Tops.
40.
He's unable to
Cedric,
get.
you require
And he hopes that Vargans
138.
hasn't got a first tub plus finish of the week of the locker. He hasn't.
$86. Moreno, you require 20.
2 10s for Michels. 2-0
Game shot
to
on the second
Michels.
leg, Moreno Michels. Third leg, it's Cedric to throw first. Game on.
Not at his best, but Michels doing enough to accrue this lead in this contest.
85. 55. 123. 100.
4 so far, Matt.
97.
Well, Moreno's left himself in one of those situations here where a maximum doesn't leave him a finish. So this is Cedric's chance and Cedric's opportunity here,
58.
because Moreno needs at least 9 darts. So Cedric a chance to get something on the board. But so far it's all gone to expectation.
60.
And the expectation was beforehand that Moreno will just have a little bit too much firepower. And here comes the firepower.
100.
There goes the heavy artillery.
See, Cedric, you require 136.
Forces the issue on this 136, which doesn't go. Michels back for 108 for the double break and a free love
70.
lead.
Moreno, you require 108.
Double 16. Whisker of a while away.
76. Cedric, you require 66.
Double 18. He was 4 from 4 in his match
Yeah,
against
he's on
Jim
the
Long.
third leg.
And
Cedric
he's found that
Vargans.
opportunity there. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on. $60.
Oh, hello.
108.
A 10th 180 of the week so far for Cedric. That means in match number 10 for him,
96.
he's averaging a 180 per match he plays. That is a good return, especially for a debuting player.
40.
60.
This game is just reaching a bit of a crossroads moment, isn't it? Mikel's looked so in control, but Wagamans, to his credit, has just kept pinning him back.
100.
Yeah, it did have the vibe and the feel of a game that once Moreno got that second leg on the board, he was going to run away with it and it was going to be one-way traffic, but Cedric got other ideas.
97.
That is risky. Very risky. Had he not hit the treble there, he would not have left a finish.
60. Cedric, you require 124.
For 2-2. Double 11.
113.
Not to be.
Moreno, you require 125.
So Mikel, this is to save his throw. 220 tops.
65. Cedric, you require 11.
Well, when he's had an opportunity at a double, he doesn't tend to miss. He doesn't miss
on
that.
The four flag, Cedric
We are
Wagerman.
square at 2-2.
Fifth flag, it's Cedric to throw first. Game on.
They do like a fist bump, this pair, don't they? Every leg has been concluded with a bump. Not quite World Cup of Darts levels yet, where it's sort of after
61.
every visit, even if it's a 45.
That's what we do, isn't it, in the commentary box when we finish a game?
43.
Give each other a fist bump and say, "Great job, Matt."
Do we?
85. $96.
In the lipstick.
Yeah, inviting dart, that one.
140.
That's how he wants his darts to be. And I think that's something that's going to develop in his game. The more he plays on this sort of environment, the ability to use
99.
the equipment when it is in the board.
$85. $95. Cedric, you require 130.
But you didn't see this coming when Moreno Michels went 2-0 up. 6 darts here for Cedric. He's going to need them. This becomes just a setup shot, but a big last dart now puts him on a very gettable 2-dart. And the way his combination finishing has been going over the last sort of 45 minutes or so, you get the feeling
28.
he's about to take a
Cedric, you
3-2
require
lead.
35.
Well, he's beginning to ruin people's days, isn't he? Double 8.
19. Moreno, you require 140.
Kel's got to take out the 140. This is a game he'll feel like is slowly but surely slipping away from him.
43. Cedric, you require 16.
It is. It's sliding away. The average, the numbers, the statistics are dropping. And
no score.
Oh, the dart dropping as
Moreno,
well.
you require
Opportunity
97.
for Cedric. May a pass. Moreno a chance to save his skin. To get back on the horse.
And
Game
back
shot on the fifth
in
leg. Moreno
business. Mikel's breaks and leads 3-2 and now has the darts to seal the match.
Sixth flag, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
You see the reaction at the back of the stage there for Cedric. He knows that was his opportunity.
100.
Will he get any more? Or is that Moreno starting to now turn the screw once again?
41. $100. $100. 85. $121.
Well, it's a score that keeps him in tabs with Michels, but the Dutchman here has 6 starts to see this game through.
100.
And a maxi with the first 3 of them leaves himself on a double after 12. Double 18 to seal a 4-2 success. This could have been so sticky for the Dutchman.
108.
It may still be because Vargans is hitting back. But this to land the final blow. Double 18. 2 9s.
Game shot and the match.
Moreno Michels will feel
Michels.
relieved to have won that one because Cedric Vargans asked him all sorts of questions. Michels over the line with a 14 darter to seal a 4-2 win. An average of 84. He's level on points of Andy Davidson. He just now needs to hope that Jim Long does him a favour in the final match of the day. That, the tail of the tape. Next up, Haynes and Henahan.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Dazzler, Glenn Durant. Game, shot, and a match. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. The Dazzler, Bobby George! Game, shot,
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where in a few weeks' time we have the Influencers event, Volume 3, the Champions Edition, the 1st of December, featuring the likes of Glenn Durant. Look at him, centre stage, centre of attention. That's unlike him, isn't it? Gemma Hayter, Fallon Sherrick, the 12-year-old sensation Jaden Walker, Cameron Crabtree's in there, Mason Whitlock, Adam Lipscomb, and Steve West. That's on the 1st of December. That's live with us here at the Super Series. Live with us, 2 more games on this Tuesday afternoon. We kick off with Johnny Haynes up against Connor Henahan. An intriguing battle for sure. Well, for Johnny, he started off really, really well. 2 averages in excess of 90. 2 wins against Cedric Vargans and Andy Davidson, respectively. And then,
game on.
I wouldn't say it fell apart because he's played okay. but hasn't been able to pick up any more wins, and it looks like if he's going to have any kind of outside chance, he has to beat Connor here.
140.
And Connor Henahan's just not been at it, has he? Yet to win a game today, only picking up 4 legs across his 4 matches so far. Last couple of games, only getting 1 dart out of double. It's not been the Connor Henahan we normally see. He's hit his lowest ever average on that stage. That came in today in match number 2. He's looked frustrated. He's looked wayward. But maybe this game's having a little bit of pace in it. May help against Johnny Haynes, and maybe the fact that he's probably resigned to his fate now, that will probably be a Group C campaign for him at the back end of this week.
It's been so up and down for Connor today, and it will be a case of tomorrow just trying to get himself ready for what is going to be a Group C campaign. I don't think there's any debate about where he's going to pitch his tent on Thursday and Friday. Haynes has got 6 darts here for 1-2-1 to take out leg 1.
97.
And he's left himself on a double after a dozen darts. Double 12 what he's looking at.
79. Johnny, you require
to take
24.
the opening rubber of this contest. Double 6. Fresh target.
18.
But not a different
Johnny, you
outcome.
require 108.
That's another slip. It's left Connor on 29. He's just trying to work it out now.
Just shows that, he's bust it.
No score. Johnny, you require
Just shows that
6.
players get into patterns and don't always understand the numbers as such. Johnny thought that was in, reeling back in. Connor looking very red-faced at the back of the stage, but he's got the chance to put it right here.
108.
Goes back to the 108. And you could put it right.
Well, this happens so many times. A player bursts a score, and then with the next turn, they take it out. And the 108 goes for Connor Henahan.
Second
and
leg,
finally, he's got something to smile about.
Game on. $171.
And suddenly things are changing. And you know what could happen here? He hits a max here. He's going for 3 bullseyes. He's going for the old Connor Scut tactic. But he ain't going to do it.
Seen a few people try that route now as well, haven't we?
59.
Seems to be the in thing here at the Super Series.
$83.
Can't say I'm a fan, but each to their own.
Well, it mathematically doesn't make the most sense, does it?
67. $137. $45. Johnny, you require 142.
The Henahan, because of that slip into the single 5, has left himself with a bogey number. Haynes has got 2 to level up. Or 2 visits, shall I say, to level up.
94.
He's going to leave himself on 48 upon his return.
$59. Johnny, you require 48.
To get his throw back.
Game shot on a second leg. Johnny
No
Haynes.
fuss and no drama that time for Johnny Haynes. We are back to where we would have been.
Third leg.
It all
It's
been
Johnny to throw
holds.
first. Game on. $125.
There'll be a lot of eyes on that Influencers event, won't there, in a couple of weeks' time. Sunday the 1st of December. Tickets sold out in under an hour. and I've been
85.
watching over the social profiles of many of the players, and I dare say that there's a few people quietly fancying their chances this time around.
140.
People putting in some practice streams, getting ready in preparation. And some very interesting partnerships, I'm sure, will be emerged once again. Remember the last one, we had the bromance we thought we'd never see between John Henderson and Angry Ginge.
98.
That's because everybody loves John Henderson. How can you not love that man?
89.
If you don't like John Henderson, you don't like life.
$60. Johnny Iroquois, 142.
For 2-1 lead. It's not to beat. 67 remaining.
$77. Conor Iroquois, 146.
146, Henahan, another. Yes, double 16. Oh, so close.
Johnny Iroquois,
Fine effort there for his
65.
second tumbleless finish of this game, but Johnny Haynes now to nose in front for the first time. 2 4s.
Game shot on the third leg. Johnny Haynes.
Too good and 2-1 up. He loves that target, Johnny Haynes.
Fourth leg. It's Conor to throw first.
Victory here will
Game
keep
on.
Johnny Haynes well and truly in touch. The live in-play table right now sees Johnny Haynes in
95.
third position, just 2 points off the top. However, Andy Davidson, the man who is top of the table on 14, with a game in hand, and that comes against Jim Long, where things could really bunch up and we could have a 4-way chase tomorrow for the finishing line.
So it's going to be a fun day here at the
59.
Super Series. So do join us tomorrow morning, 9:30 on the YouTube channel. And don't forget, if you missed any of the day's action, we've got some tailor-made highlights for you
140.
on the Super Series YouTube channel. Available immediately after the conclusion of play.
57.
See that button? If you ain't done so, click it. It subscribes you to the channel.
It's a bit demanding, wasn't it, Henry?
Click that button. Otherwise, I will personally not be happy with you. And you won't like me when I'm
58.
angry.
Johnny Iroquois, 161.
But if you do,
100.
we're all friends. He's looking for the
49.
break at a
Johnny
3-1
Iroquois,
lead.
61.
Double top
Game shot on
for
the
the
fourth
break.
leg. Johnny Haynes.
Haynes 3-1 up, and he's beginning to move through the gears, averaging in excess of 92. He's rattling off 5 visit legs and rattling the
Fifth
cage of Conor
leg. It's
Henahan.
Johnny to throw first.
Lovely
Game
low
on.
combinations as well here. Good finishes for Johnny Haynes.
108.
What a start to leg 5. What could be the final leg of the day for Johnny Haynes?
$80. $100. $31.
Chasing it around the board now, Conor Henahan trying to find something positive, and it's just not happening. But the bonus for
100.
Conor Henahan is he may not have to suffer this for too much longer. Johnny Haynes down to a gettable finish after 9.
Yeah, putting him out of his misery, isn't he?
100. Johnny, you require 121.
For the match. 25. Needs double 18.
85.
That was for 12 darts. He's left himself on that double after a dozen. Henahan probably thinks this is the last dart he's throwing today.
Johnny, you require 36.
It's been another disaster day for him.
Game shot.
But for Johnny Haynes, he just about keeps himself in the mix. He's beaten Connor Henahan by 4 legs to 1. He wants to get off that stage as quickly as possible. It has not gone to plan. He did not win a game today. As for Johnny Haynes, he's played some good stuff today. 14 darted around that game off, 94-97 average. Coming up next, it's our final game of the day. Andy Davidson, Jim Long.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mels or Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Thank you for your input, Owen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where our final match of the day is about to begin, and it sees Andy Davidson take on Jim Long. A big game in terms of how the top of the table is going to look going into Wednesday's proceedings. If Andy Davidson wins this game, he's got a 2-point gap on Moreno Michels at the top of the table, 6 points in front of Jim Long. But if Jim can win this game, the top 4 players in this group will all be pried apart by just a measly sum of 2 points. We'll learn a lot more by the end of this game. Andy did the damage he had to do early on, and that was get the better Moreno Michels. He dispatched of him by 4 legs to 1. And at that point, it looked like he was going to begin to run away with the group. But then Johnny Haynes beat him by 4 legs to 2. He had darts to lead that game 3-0, did Andy. He then go on to beat Cedric 4-0, and then another 4-0 success against Connor Henahan means that he is back in the winning train. Back in the winning form.
This game could have real significance on what we see tomorrow and how we
100.
assess tomorrow. Jim Long wins this. He's only 2 points off the top. He loses it. He is 6
85.
points off the top and pretty much out of the running with just the 5 games to go. Only the 10 points available to play for. Mathematically wouldn't be, but he would then have to jump Johnny Haynes. He'd have to jump
28.
Moreno and he'd have to jump Andy Davidson. So his chances pretty much, for me, hang on this fixture.
55.
And he's got to find a breaker throw somewhere against Andy Davidson, which is something that's not been easy to do today because Andy has been so solid and so reliable.
100. $125.
And Andy here first to finish, leaving himself on 136 after 12. And he's going to get time and space to
39.
take out this opening
Andy
leg.
require 136.
Another double 8.
120.
And that was almost blisteringly good from the Scot.
$58. And he requires
Still
16.
time on his side.
Game
16
shot on the
data.
first leg,
Davidson one
Andy
up.
Davidson.
And Jim Long couldn't make an imprint in this opening leg, or in that opening leg, shall I say. But we have
Second
seen
leg, it's
before
to throw
Jim
first.
in that
Game on.
first leg, just using it as a tool to really get himself going. Sometimes it takes up a couple of legs to really fine-tune things. But you get the sense against Andy, you can ill afford to give a leg away.
140. $38.
Bit of a slip there for Davidson, but he knows he doesn't need to attack the Jim Long throw. That's the advantage. That's the bonus of throwing first. And quite often the debate of is throwing first that big of an advantage? Well, when the short format like this, the best of 7, is what you are playing over, absolutely. The advantage of throwing first is huge. The longer the format, the sort of less significance on it, because you're going to get opportunities somewhere along the way to get that break. Here, those chances are very limited.
58. Jimmy require 161.
Well, it feels like a flip-flop of leg 1, doesn't it? Where Davidson dominated the score at exchanges, Long was nowhere to be seen.
129.
The exact opposite's happened here, and Jim's left himself on a double after 12.
95.
Once again, turning around
Jimmy
what was a slow
requires
start.
32. Game shot on the second leg. Jim
That was
Long.
a 13. And that is a level game. 1-1. Well, Davidson won, Long won in our final match of the day. Just a little bit of a stoppage in play, a little gremlin in the computer system, but it looks like we're good to go again. One of those things that happens. We play so many games here that at some point something's going to go
Third
wrong.
leg. It's Andy to throw first.
Especially when dealing
Game
with
on.
technology.
Just turn it off and on again. That's what I've been told.
140.
Well, Jim really is turning on. Both players are turning it on in this match. There was an expectation that this could be a high-quality counter, particularly the way that they played at points today.
100.
But there is a severe threat that if Andy wins this game, Jim Long could be put in Group C.
$57.
I think Jim's a player that gets overly flustered about what group he's placed in. But it would be a tangible shock if he finished outside the top 3.
85. 77. $140.
Beautiful darts again. And once again, producing his best darts when he's got the advantage of throw. That keeps him full control over this game.
97, and he requires
218s for a 2-1 lead. Double
Games
nines
on
fouls
the
a
third
14
leg,
darts.
Andy
It's a real
Davidson.
good contest so far. Legs of 16, 13 and 14. Davidson 2-1 up, halfway towards
Fourth leg,
16
it's
points,
Jim to
halfway
throw
towards
first.
2 days
Game on.
where he would have won 4 out of 5 matches.
$59.
I think we're learning more and more. He's the real deal. And he's still somewhat of an unknown quantity.
80.
Didn't play at Q School this year, so didn't have the opportunity to play on the Challenge Tour. So opportunity to play tournaments outside the Super Series kind of came a little bit few and far in between in 2024. But going to Q School in 2025, he's good enough to get a card, but if he
83.
doesn't, he could be a big threat on the Challenge Tour.
$45. $84. $99. $59.
Davidson, I feel like an opportunity's been missed here.
85.
Okay, he's found the treble with the last dart, but a decent score there. He could have really taken control of this leg against the throw. What a real good start. It's just hit the rock somewhat, this contest.
100.
Long leads himself on 116 for 2-2.
Six.
Davidson also
Jimmy
on a
require
ton plus for a
116.
3-1 lead. But it's the man with the darts with the first poke. Treble 19.
I think he was having a look to see where it was because he didn't like the angle of entry of the first dart, just
56.
blocking the target for him.
And he require
And if Andy's
132.
going to not block this, he wants it to be low. No shot on now. Coming outside the bullseye in the
54.
25 segment.
Jimmy requires 6.
So to keep things going with the advantage of throw.
Double top.
Games
Two,
on the fourth
two.
leg. Jim Long.
All 4 legs have gone with throw so far.
Fifth leg. It's Andy to throw first. Game on. 85. $60. $96.
Feels like the winner of this game not just wins this match, but will feel like the big
96.
winner of the day. If Davidson could open up a 2-point gap overnight, he'll feel like he's got something to really attack tomorrow. But if Jim Long can win this
Six.
from here, and you consider the position, the perilous position that he was in earlier on this morning, to just be 2 points behind, I think he would have taken that overnight.
$100.
Unable to really cause a problem on Davidson's throw, but
96.
treble's becoming a bit more harder to find for the Scot. He leaves himself on a finish. This game get a bit edgy. Both players know what is at stake in this contest. As you head towards the championship rounds, it's a case of the players looking
104.
maybe not to win this game, but to make sure they don't lose this contest.
Big ask, big shot, big moment. Not the big find there, though, for Jim Long, who, with defeat here, would be 6 points away.
He requires 6.
A game that means more to Jim Long, you feel, than it does to Davidson in regards to their chances.
50.
And now he's got an opportunity.
45.
Davidson offers the opportunity to Jim Long on his throw. A chance for a break.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jim Long.
3-2 Jim Long. And now has the darts to create a 2-point gap between the top 4 overnight.
First. Game on.
Well, this has been a weird day. Just when it looked like one thing was going to lead to another, the plot twisted and thickened again. And we may just get one final one here in the final game of the day.
58.
Jim Long wins this. You can say we're none the wiser. Davidson and Michels, the top 2 of 14.
140.
But Andy will feel like he's had opportunities today to almost put this group to bed, but he hasn't been able to do so.
$125. 95.
This is being boiled down to a match play game.
58.
But there's the chance. Here's the opportunity for Davidson. Needs to always slip. A big slip there, even with the treble, doesn't leave him a finish. Jim Long needs to hit big, but he's got a chance. He's got an opportunity. Same slip, may use the ball.
125.
Oh, risky.
That risk has come with reward.
48.
And it's a slip from Davidson.
135.
So Jim Long, 135 for the match to end the day on 12 points. And to give us a real grandstand finish tomorrow. Bullseye. Doesn't
91.
go. But Andy Davidson's heart would have been in his mouth, and this may well be the last chance he gets. He doesn't take it.
94.
He leaves himself handy. Jim Long returns for the match. He's looking at 44 to finish the day on 12 points. It'd be 4 wins from 5. And it keeps him in the mix.
Jim Long.
Jim Long gets the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2. It's a day of what could have been for the Scot. He did the damage in his first game when he got the better of Moreno Michels by 4 legs to 1. He could have moved clear on so many occasions today, but when it's got to the point where he could have ascended the authority, he has not been able to take full advantage of it. He still has the lead overnight, but it's only a lead by legs difference. Davidson 2, Jim Long 4 in our final game of the day. We'll analyse all the action in the studio after this.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man!
response of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final. Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are. One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can. Marvin is the man.
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is what we've seen on this Tuesday. A day filled with ups and downs right from the outset. Andy Davidson getting the better of Moreno Michels by 4 legs, one in the opening game, but lost his last one to Jim Long by 4 legs to 2. He leads the table once again going into the final day's play, but he's level on points with Moreno at the top of the pile. Jim Long and Johnny Haynes both on 12 points, and so it means the top 4 are separated by just a couple of wins apiece. Matthew Edgar is alongside me here in the studio to talk about all of the action today. Let's begin by talking about Andy. He's still top of the table. He's level on points at Moreno, but he probably should have been clear by the end of today.
He had the opportunity. It was in his own hands. He wasn't able to take it. And that probably comes down to that table pressure. It's something you don't normally have to deal with. A lot of the time it's tournament play. You only get this in the Grand Slam where you have these sort of league tables, obviously the Premier League as well. But this was an opportunity here for Davidson to give himself a cushion, and I actually think this might be a blessing in disguise, because I think had he come into here tomorrow like with a lowered down target, we heard it a lot last week, didn't we, at the Grand Slam, where people said, I don't like being in a position I have to win 2 legs or win 3 legs because it makes a mini goal or a mini activity within it. I think the fact that Davidson has to come here tomorrow and get the job done in regards to points and get the wins on the board, I think that's going to keep him focused, and that's going to be a good thing for him personally.
In terms of Moreno Michels, he's also on 14 points. It was a slow start to the day, but some of the performances in the middle, the back-to-back 96 averages were absolutely superb, but it's just about kept him in the running.
He was so impressive today, hasn't he? Not just in regards to the overall averages, but the moments. When you look at it and go, right, he needs a 140 or a 180 here, he finds it. When he needs a check out, there was that 81 earlier on. There was a few combinations where you think, this really needs to go. And it's one of those where you might get a dart at the ball, you might get a dart at the double if you hit the treble. And he was taking those. And I would say, on the balance of play, on match play, on play-by-play, Moreno Michels has been the performer of the day.
As far as Jim Long's concerned, more like it today, wasn't it?
Better. But that game, that was the one. The one we've just watched with Andy Davidson. Had he lost that, he'd have been 6 points off the top. You can put the line through him and pretty much rule him out of contention. Because it wouldn't just be Davidson he'd have to jump other players as well. So a big moment, a big game. He needed to go and produce, and he did. And that's what that consistency does. That he never looks flustered, does he, Jim Long? He always looks composed, very poker face, very steely. And he really did produce the right things there at the right times and give himself a good opportunity going into tomorrow. He can still win this group.
What did you make of Johnny Haynes today?
Same I make of him all the time. I thought he played well. I always look at him and feel like there's more in there. And it doesn't matter what Johnny Haynes does. Maybe that's just to a testament of the relaxed nature of how he throws the dart and his sort of relaxed nature and how he is on stage. But you always feel there's a little bit more. He could average 100 and I go, I feel there's a little bit more in there because he's just so easy on the eye to watch. And same again. We've said it about a couple of players already. He could be in the run-in for tomorrow as well, and that's what's going to be really intriguing here, because we've got 4 players with a genuine chance. We don't have to hype it up. It does it itself.
Down the bottom end of the table, can you still pinpoint what's happening with Conor Henahan at this present moment in time?
In regards to what we can see on the dartboard side of things, absolutely. Darts going left, darts going low. He's got no control over the tungsten. It's as if he's misgripping it. It's as if he's gripping the dart in the wrong place all the time. He does have an alignment issue anyway within his game. He does align as if he's going to throw left, and then he makes that a very late adjustment, which is where all this body movement comes from in regards to his throw, and that snap in that release. So if that's not right, if that timing's off, we get what we're getting now with Conor Henahan. We haven't seen it to this level. Normally, he's able to get himself out of it quite quickly, but he's now starting to get frustrated. Tomorrow's a write-off for Conor Henahan. whatever happens, he could come in and win all these games tomorrow. It's going to get him nowhere in regards to progression in this group. He's going to be in Group C. That's pretty much a certainty. So he now needs to look at the back end of the week. He's navigated through most groups, if not all groups here at the Super Series. So I don't think he'll worry too much about that. He'll be more worried about what's going wrong with his personal game.
Let's talk about tomorrow and talk about that race to win Group A. First of all, is Andy Davidson still your favourite? And secondly, what do you think a player has to do tomorrow to claim that Group A title?
I don't think anyone's going to go through the card. The level here is too similar between the players. It's all just going to come down to those little moments. Who has the throw at times in different games could make all the difference. And potentially leg difference as well. We've seen Andy Davidson pick up a couple of big wins today, which has seen him get that 6 legs advantage. That could act as the bonus point. And I wouldn't be surprised if legs is the thing it comes down to.
Well, Matt, thank you very much for your company as ever today. We shall see you tomorrow morning as well. Thank you for your company on this Tuesday afternoon. 9:30 we kickstart the action on the final day of Group A here on the Super Series YouTube channel. It's Andy Davidson who has the lead, but it looks like it's going to be a 4-horse race to the line. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.